and over 240 wood product production sites. In fact, for centuries, Finland has lived off from its forests, and this has created a strong competence base, the entire bioeconomy value chain, which is already in place in Finland based on sustainable forest management. Dear friends, this is obviously related to the very topical issue, global issue, related to Marrakesh, related to the Paris Agreement, related maybe to the US elections, but we believe that all our international partners respect their commitments and that the signatures and ratifications done on the international climate agreement, the Paris Agreement, are valid and will be respected. And we see that the big trend globally is indeed now towards renewable energy and thus towards a sustainable economic development. And it is against this backdrop, against this background, that the Finnish government is now in these very days and hours, in fact, preparing and finalizing our energy and climate strategy, which I trust will be decided on this Thursday, by the government and submitted to the parliament, so that we'll start the parliamentary debate, which will last, in fact, in the committees for several months. We will start the parliamentary debate next week's Wednesday, on the 30th of November. Our renewed energy and climate strategy is ambitious, and it includes all sectors and parties, and the planned policy measures are both cost efficient and fair. At the same time, we have to note that many policy measures also have cost implications, and we are providing the impact assessment in the context of this, as part of this report to the Parliament and to the wider civil society. Therefore, a prerequisite for the new strategy, above all, is broad public acceptance. Without the support from the citizens, we cannot reach the energy and climate goals that we have set for our country. An ambitious but yet realistic strategy towards 2030 is an important step towards a low-carbon society and eventually towards a 100% renewable low-carbon energy system. We already, in the government program, we set the goal that we will increase the share of renewables to over half of energy production. We are today at around 36%, 37%, and our goal by 2030 is to reach the mark of 50% and go beyond that. Moreover, our goal is to halve the use of imported oil for energy production, and our goal already stated in the government program, which we will reinforce by concrete measures in the energy and climate strategy, is to get rid of, to end the use of coal in energy production by the year 2030. Moreover, our goal is to increase the share of renewables, biofuels, advanced biofuels in transport to 40% or above by 2030. Our work here to prepare the national energy strategy for 2030, which will be presented soon, as I said, will also include an analysis of 100% renewable energy-based economy in Finland by 2050. I will conclude with this because this has also very strong Nordic implications. We have the meeting of Nordic energy ministers this Thursday, in fact, here in Helsinki. and this will be discussed with my colleagues in that context. Our examination of the 100% renewable energy system takes a more detailed view on 4 sectors, namely the power sector, heating and cooling, transport and industry. I want to say here that while it is of course crucial and important, discussions about renewable energy often focus only on the electricity sector. One point I want to make here is that other sectors such as transport and heating are very important, in fact crucially important in this respect, and should get more attention in our discussions. Decarbonization of the transport sector offers great possibilities for us, and for us it will be a combination of enhancing an electric car system and enhancing advanced biofuels. Advanced biofuels will play a key role here because by 2030 majority of cars will still use combustion engines, and thus advanced biofuels is the way to transform that fleet of vehicles to renewable energy. So, dear friends, to conclude, a smooth transition to more renewables is a key question for all economic sectors, and this has very strong linkages to the bioeconomy. We are not building the future energy system from the scratch. To the contrary, the energy infrastructure and other investments such as buildings often have a very long lifetime of say 50 years or even more, and thus there is a clear need to take a systemic perspective, especially in the energy system, because all these sectors influence each other. They have an impact on each other, which also enables them to interact and to provide flexibility to each other and to the whole energy and electricity system. And coming back to where I started, bioeconomy plays a very central role in achieving these objectives, and thus I want to wish you a very interesting debate today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Rehn. Please don't leave. I'm at least going to be able to give you the gift. Thank you so much. Now, I'm sure a lot of us go to many of these seminars and conferences. I think it's rare that we hear a minister who is so hands-on and really knows the subject so well. So even though I'm Swedish, I wish the Finns the best with the global leadership that they're taking. That's going to be truly inspiring to all of us. And on that note, we're directly moving on to getting a little bit closer to the nitty-gritty and the need for a comprehensive strategy and how that's developed. And Anna Vehviläinen, who's from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland, will take us through that. Thank you so much for coming, Anna.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Anna Vehviläinen. I come from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be here today presenting the work Finland is doing for bioeconomy. So, I will actually start with the same slide that Minister Rehn started, because that is kind of backbone for our bioeconomy. So, what we are trying to do with the bioeconomy, we are trying to take the systemic change from fossil economy to bioeconomy. And we see that the bioeconomy uses sustainably biological natural resources to produce materials, energy, food and services. And so our aims are to decrease dependency on fossil raw materials, prevent deprivation of ecosystems, promote economic development, and create new jobs. And then, how do we define bioeconomy in Finland? It can be said that in Finland bioeconomy has a wide content. We divide it between green, yellow, blue and red bioeconomy. This could be maybe other colors also, but it includes forest-based, agriculture-based, aquatic resources. And for aquatic resources, it's both seas and fresh waters, which to my understanding is a little bit different than in some other countries. And then we have also the industrial symbiosis, so biorefineries, chemistry in general, and so on. And of course, these different sectors, they are not really strictly separated. Lots of the bioeconomy takes place between different sectors. And also what can be said about the bioeconomy concept in Finland is that it includes also nature tourism. That is also maybe different from some other countries. So for example, hunting is considered in bioeconomy in Finland. And also other services provided by ecosystems. So we look into all these when we look our strategies for bioeconomy. And what ways do we have to promote bioeconomy? So we have the bioeconomy strategy, and then we have the government program, and then we have also some other means. And I will go quickly through these three different ways. So the Finnish bioeconomy strategy, we started to prepare it around 2013, and it was finalized in 2014. And it has four strategic goals. One is a competitive operating environment for the bioeconomy. Second one is business from the bioeconomy. Third one, strong bioeconomy competence base. And fourth one, accessibility and sustainability of the biomasses. And I would like to emphasize here that the sustainability is very important for us. It's something that lies behind bioeconomy really strongly. So the strategy has following objective. It wishes to boost bioeconomy output up to 100 billion euros. It's currently around 60 billion euros. And it has also a goal to create 100 new jobs. And also what is very characteristic to our bioeconomy strategy is that it's implemented in cooperation between several ministries and other stakeholders. So it's maybe one of the topics at the government. There are also, of course, others, but where it has most interministerial cooperation. And also the Finnish bioeconomy strategy is supported by a broad bioeconomy panel of stakeholders, and it's chaired by the Minister of Trade and Employment. And then what we are actually doing under the bioeconomy strategy. So I will go through one list of these. So we have the government decision on bioeconomics, so that's our strategy. Then we have public funding allocated to bioeconomy. And then we are boosting development and investment. So we have technology development funding, and we have development of new bioeconomy ecosystems, so new kinds of networks of companies and research institutions and other actors. Then we have the Finnish bioeconomy priorities defined for the EU. We have done it in the past, and currently we are redoing it because the EU is going to have a new bioeconomy strategy in the near future. And we have carried out several interministerial surveys on bioeconomy, so on bottlenecks, development possibilities, employment possibilities. And then we have been constructing Biomass Atlas, that is an inventory of biomass resources and up-to-date spatial database of different biomasses. That is something it is not yet finalized, it's still under construction. So then we have the promotion of exports of bio-based products and technologies, and a communication and media action plan. Actually, we have an internet page that is called www.biotalous.fi. It's something that it's kind of put up by the ministries, but it's not. It's for everybody. It's for the companies and also for other actors to provide information on Finnish bioeconomy. So if you wish, you can go to see it. And then we have also tools for promotion and public discussion carried out. So that was quickly about our bioeconomy strategy, but then we have the government program, and it has some kind of, can I call it, emphasizes area called bioeconomy and clean solutions. And that program has also government term objectives, but it has also 10-year objectives, and they related to bioeconomy, and I will not go them, you can look them, it's also in English. I just say that they are about sustainable solutions, balance of current accounts, self-sufficiency, new jobs, climate objectives, and good ecological status of the Baltic Sea. So these are the issues that are kind of behind of the government program-related bioeconomy at the moment. So under this government program, we have top projects under this bioeconomy and clean solutions, and those top projects, they are, one of them is towards carbon-free, clean and renewable energy cost efficiently. One is wood on the move and new products from forests, and one is breakthrough of a circular economy, getting waters into good condition. One, Finnish food production will be profitable, trade balance on the rise, and one is nature policy based on trust and fair means. And altogether, approximately 300 million euros have been allocated to these projects. And all of these projects, as you can see, have regional dimensions, because very topic of this seminar, I understand, is the regional dimension. And something what you can see also here, that kind of the work carried out in bioeconomy, it takes place in very wide area. So later when I will say something about this top project, I will say especially on the things that our ministry, so Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry is doing, because there are also Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Trade and Industry working with these issues. So that was something the Minister Rehn already mentioned, this towards carbon-free, clean and renewable energy cost efficiently. So we are currently preparing the comprehensive energy and climate strategy, and we are also preparing mid-term climate policy plan. So we have two strategic instruments under preparation currently. And something what can be said about those top projects, that the activities, some of them need kind of extra funding, but part of them is kind of more regular ministerial work, so preparing of new legislation and that kind of issues. So the second top project is wood on the move and new products from forests. It's worth approximately 50 million euros, and the goal is that the use of wood is diversified and increased, and its value added is raised. And it has goals to have new businesses, jobs and exports. And what does it actually include? So it includes the development of forest information systems and electronic services, promoting wood construction through legislation and by cutting red tape in construction regulations and research, and also innovation, pilot and demonstration projects. Then we have the second project, which is breakthrough of a circular economy, getting waters into good condition. So its major goal is to promote good ecological status of the Baltic Sea and improving the utilization of nutrients in municipal wastewater and nutrient and energy self-sufficiency of agriculture. And it includes, for example, experimentation and research and development projects in nutrient recycling. And then we have the following top project that is nature policy based on trust and fair means. It's worth 10 million euros, and its goals are that the level of nature protection will be secured, national and international recreation and nature tourism will be increased. So it includes, for example, restoration of migrating and threatened fish populations in pilot sites through implementation of the fish passage strategy. And then we have the Finnish food production related top projects. And also blue economy belongs to this top project. And its goals are that the profitability of agriculture is improved and the liquidity of farm is strengthened and the domestic use and export of fish and water resources is promoted. And this top project includes, for example, better conditions for food and knowledge exports, and enhanced cooperation and knowledge base in the food chain, and also preparation and implementation of a development plan for blue bioeconomy. And then I say a few extra words about blue bioeconomy. I know there will be a special session on that, and there are real experts in that area here also, but this blue economy, bioeconomy is quite important for us at the moment, and it's under the umbrella of National Bioeconomy Strategy. And we have currently the National Blue Economy Action Plan and the finalization. Its goal is to enhance business based on sustainable use of aquatic resources and includes 4 major areas. One is know-how and technology, one is bioproducts, one is energy, nutrients and industrial symbiosis, and one is well-being and tourism. And then, of course, we take part in the Nordic Blue Economy Roadmap preparations. And then this blue bioeconomy, it has also funds allocated from the government program related to pilot projects and internationalization and exports. So that was actually about the bioeconomy strategy as such and about government program. Then a little bit about other means. So, and first one of them is related also the blue bioeconomy. So there is this national program of European Maritime and Fisheries Fund program, and its main focus currently is facilitating bioeconomy. So it funds following actions, so the investment, innovation development, environmental measures, investments, and its total value is 140 million euros. And then we have the Rural Development Program for Finland, and it also supports bioeconomy activities, for example, for farms, enterprises, development organizations, and other actors. So it supports, for example, promoting innovation. And it has local, regional, national, and transnational projects. And then I wanted to present you also something about research. So we have the National Research Institute Finland, and actually it's called LUKE. Many of you know it, but LUKE's strategy supports bioeconomy, and it is kind of the very good that strategy that LUKE is located throughout Finland, as you can see from this map. So these orange dots are locations, so they are really around Finland. Then there are those experimental stations, aquaculture infrastructure, and research cooperation sites. So they are very well presented in the regions. And then just a tiny bit about other means. So we have these tools for promotion and discussion. Something we carried out recently is this we call it ourselves Regional Bioeconomy Roadshow. It was organized together with VTT, that is kind of the National Technology Development Research Center, and regional developers, and its goal was to gather information from business regions about bioeconomy bottlenecks and development possibilities. And actually, this received very good feedback from the regions. And then something I would also like to emphasize, I mentioned that also earlier, that we have had several studies carried out at interministerial level, for example, on how to turn regulation into driving force of bioeconomy, on bottlenecks and targeting of steering instruments. So that is something that we find very useful. So then to conclude, so the systemic change emerges from the strength of the regions in bioeconomy, and we have carried lots of work on bioeconomy, and a number of bioeconomy projects is currently in the pipeline in Finland. So they are related, for example, to forest industry, as was mentioned by Minister Rehn, but also related to blue bioeconomy. So I can conclude that the bioeconomy flourishes in Finland. But that was all, and thank you.
Anna, please don't leave. Come back up. I'm not done with you. Okay. We're not done with you. Well, thank you so much for pointing this out. And it's so impressive to see the level of cooperation that you managed to achieve. How many were actually all the stakeholders who are on board, and the 2014 program that you have that is really kicking off and really happening. But I want to ask you, and I want you to approach the microphone for it. What's been the key reasons for this success? If you have to point out a few, because we all want to copy on you and beat you to it also.
I would say increased cooperation is one of the key, and everybody is looking in the same direction. So you really need a strategy that kind of directs what you will do.
And so this was largely a Finnish cooperation, but here we have people from all the Nordic countries, and we got Dutch and German friends, and I know you don't want to tell all of your secrets, but when you look at cooperation within the Nordics, what do you see as room for improvement there?
Cooperation of Nordics. I really see that also because many of the bioeconomy issues are regional, and I'm not talking, we have regional issues in Finland, but we have regional issues, for example, in Northern Europe, kind of the, so there just has to be work together and look where are the commonalities and where can we work together. For example, in forestry, you can
work with the Swedes.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you also, Anna, because this is a rosy picture that you're painting, and you're really moving forward. You promised and you are starting to deliver. But what are the main obstacles and hindrances for the work that you want to do within bioeconomy?
I think one issue we must look at the consumer and value chains. That's something we need to look carefully.
I was sort of expecting you to also mention the great European Union that's sometimes putting stumbling blocks in front of us. How are you dealing with that?
Stumbling blocks of
well, right now, I would love to discuss more over lunch with you and others, the European Renewable Energy Directive that's coming up again, and the agriculture and forestry policies, many of them that I find to be hindering the work that we want to do.
I think the key word here is that there must be a coherence between the different EU policies. So, for example, climate policy related to forestry and bioeconomy strategy, so they must be kind of coherent, and so that the other ones should not hinder.
Take note, EU, if you're listening, and I know you are, because I expect you to be following this on the live webcast that we're doing. Thank you so much, Anna, again. And on the hashtag Nordic Green, it's very clear that many of us and many of those who are not here but are following on the link are very impressed with the work that the Finns are doing. But many are also wondering, so how do we put this best in a Nordic context? And the person I think would be the very best to answer that is Jukka Teres, who is the Senior Research Fellow at NORDRGIO, and who will give us a keynote on how we do excellent Nordic policies and incentives for the bioeconomy and green transition. Jukka, please.
So good morning, dear friends of Nordic cooperation. Jukka Teräs from NORDRGIO, originally from Finland. So I will tell you 20 minutes about excellent Nordic policies and incentives for bioeconomy and green transition. And before I start, there are always some listeners who don't know what NORDREGIO is about. We are a Nordic research institute within the broad fields of regional development and urban planning. We are located in downtown Stockholm, and we are 37 staff members from 13 nationalities, annual turnover about 4 million euros. And today we talk most about green growth, innovation, entrepreneurship, but we also deal with green growth, sustainable urban regions, demography, welfare, Arctic sustainable regional development. And some of you coming from Southern Europe, you know that sun shines in Stockholm, and the figure there is from the normal conditions. 2 weeks ago we got some exceptional conditions with 40 centimeters of fresh snow, so we have also sometimes Arctic conditions in Stockholm, but we are located there, so you are welcome to visit us. Nordic Working Group 2013-2016. It's been a journey of 4 years, and we have a steering group consisting of representatives of ministries and experts from all the Nordic countries and Nordic islands. And the mandate, to put it short, is that we will focus on the regional policy dimension of green growth, innovation and entrepreneurship. What does this mean for the regions? What is really we get out of a green growth, green transition for the regions? And we have had chairmanship in Finland with Kaisu Annala chairing and Liisa Saaremaa vice chairing. All these working groups have chairs from different countries, and we have had this under Finnish chairmanship. Before going to the kind of series of slides, which are not hopefully too many, I thought we will begin with a statement from the prestigious newspaper in North Finland called Lapin Kansa. And this is from last week, editorial from this paper, and it's in Finnish. Ennen vanhaan kaikki oli jotenkin ymmärrettävämpää. Silloin biotalouden osaamiskeskittymä oli metsätalo ja biojalostamo sellutehdas. Before, everything was easier to understand. Center of excellence, it was forest house and biorefinery, it was pulp mill. And some of us have sometimes difficulties in explaining what are we talking about. Not to talk about people who don't every day deal with the bioeconomy. Why do we think a green transition is so important to the Nordic regions? Of course, we have green transition to provide environmental sustainability. At the same time, we are pragmatic, and we know that it's an engine for innovation, growth, and resilience in the Nordic regions. And why especially the regions? If you think about, for example, call centers we had 10 or 20 years ago, they came to our regions and they left overnight to somewhere else, and what can you do? Bioeconomy, at least many parts of it, is global of nature, both global and local. Biomass simply can't usually be easily or cheaply transported long distances. So there is some stickiness with this bioeconomy when it comes to regions. Not a guarantee, but at least it lives longer in the regions. I think that's a point important to mention. We had already definitions of bioeconomy, and I use maximum 1 minute for our definition, but we have tried to draw circles to describe how we in our research define or categorize the green growth and bioeconomy within the green growth. And you see the balloons there. You have 3 balloons: bioeconomy, clean tech, and industrial symbiosis. And if we go to different Nordic countries, they don't agree with us. No one country has this kind of figure, but as a whole, we try to describe the Nordic green growth with these balloons. And as was told already, they are largely overlapping, and you could put the balloons in the different way too. What we have learned during the last couple of years is that one part was missing from the work we started in 2013, and it's about this digitalization, which is coming more and more into picture in all fields and sectors, including this green growth and bioeconomy. For example, a local fish farm, how should we replicate it? By making a copy to a neighboring region or sending a software program to all over Europe? What are the tools and possibilities of digitalization in promoting green growth and businesses? And I think this digitalization is entering this picture. Then you might have the question, how are we doing? How are we performing, Nordic countries, in the overall ranking of green growth and clean tech? And we have done a research together with a Gaia company for our synthesis report to find out some indicators. And the list is long. We don't go through all of them, but if you pay attention to the last but second line with the bold letters, there you have the Nordic rankings. The first number is the ranking of the country, and the second number is the total of countries. For example, Nordic ranking, global clean tech, you find Finland 2/40. Finland is number 2 in this comparison of 40 countries. And at the first sight, the figures look good. We are doing well in many indicators. But when we have a closer look, for example, if you take the left part there, you see that actually the index is about potential to produce clean tech startups. Potential to produce clean tech startups, not the number of startups, or not the accelerated SMEs or large companies from the startups. There we are really good. Even Iceland is good. It's not always included in the statistics, but all the Nordic countries are doing good. But then if you go to the right part there, far right, and you look at the attractiveness of countries, you see that within the index of 40 countries, we are not doing that well. And especially in Finland, we know that our invest in Finland is not at the very top always. And it's the same thing here. Denmark 15, Sweden 20, Norway 32, Finland 35. We are not getting nice figures there. So this attractiveness remains a problem. So overall, good figures, but some signs of worry also if we look at the indicators. What have we done during the 3.5 years within NORDRGIO and the research on Nordic green growth? I took the cover pages of our studies just to go quickly through. The left part you find the first one, bioeconomy in the Nordic regions from 2014. And when we have completed the long study, we put up the policy brief. We try to describe in brief what does this mean for Nordic countries and the regions. That's the lower left corner. Then in the middle, you have the potential of industrial symbiosis in the Nordic regions. Those of you who visited NORDRGIOFORUM 2 years ago maybe remember this site. It's the Svartsengi Resource Park in Iceland, better known as Blue Lagoon. So that's one example of this industrial symbiosis, a nice combination of geothermal energy and power plant and innovative businesses and spa. Then on the upper right, you find the latest of our studies, which is a survey in the Nordic regions about how they are adopting the green growth. Do they understand at all what we are talking? Which parts of the Nordic of green growth they appreciate and do well, and which actors are really doing well? Which are the obstacles and how to overcome? That report, you've got the summary in your conference material, and the full report is coming out next week, so please feel free to visit our website and download it next week. The results are there. And then we have the green growth in Nordic regions, 50 cases of regional good practices, interesting cases all over Nordic countries. More info to come about that during these 2 days. And in the middle, there at the lower part, you have an input-output analysis. It's not only about opinions or policies or kind of new strategies. It's also number crunching. And we have one report in close cooperation with Nordic Council of Ministers for input-output effect of bioeconomy in Nordic regions. They are all freely downloadable from our website. And we heard about the Finnish roadshow. We did the same for the Nordic region, and we have visited 10 regions in the Nordic countries to communicate the research findings, but maybe even more importantly, to really find out if we are right with our conclusions, if they agree with us, and what's happening in the regions. You see the map there and the places in all 5 countries, and we have attracted more than 200 participants to these invitational seminars or events. And I think the research plus these roadshow events makes a nice picture of what is really the situation in the regions. The photo is from Mariehamn event where we have the discussion on future green growth in Åland. Then the title was where are we with the Nordic countries, with the policies and incentives, and it would be a long story. The short story is nicely described in the Nordic Council of Ministers report, State of the Play, Bioeconomy Strategies and Policies. And I quickly go through the main conclusions and update with the latest for some countries. Finland, you heard already, National Bioeconomy Strategy, governmental strategy is there. Germany, we have presentation coming. Norway, Iceland, currently preparing national bioeconomy strategies. From Norway, I got this information. It's out November 29. So just visit the Norwegian websites 1 week from here. Iceland, it's also in the very final stages, so it's coming any week quite soon. Sweden does not produce a national bioeconomy strategy. They produce a national agenda. They have a ongoing project for that, and we have a presentation later today on that, and it's for circular and bio-based economy, so soon available in 2017. Denmark, no strategy, no agenda. They call it growth plan for water, bio and environmental solutions, and growth plan for food. Well, we all know that the name is not the most important, it is the content and the implications. So this is the variation between the Nordic countries. We have also participants here from the Baltic countries, and more we should see us as part of the Baltic Sea region, including also Baltic states and parts of Germany there. And Estonia and Latvia are in the strategy planning phase. Lithuania and Poland, no national bioeconomy strategy yet, but every country is interested. This is really now going through the Europe and West and former East part, and everybody wants to know what to do next with the bioeconomy. Then after saying that every nation is doing their individual strategies, the question comes, are we doing something together? And I ended up to a cartoon of a Finnish expert CEO from energy industries, Jukka Leskelä, and his quote is, 4 Nordic countries are currently preparing their climate and energy strategies, and they don't look at all what the other Nordic countries are doing. And that made me think, is that really the case? And of course it's the case if he says so partly, and partly I disagree. We are doing something, but maybe it's time to even more disseminate what we are doing already in the Nordic and Baltic context. And the issue is very important. Could we be stronger together than only with the national bioeconomy and climate and energy strategies? What we are doing already, which is of a high value, is at least two things. We have the Nordic Council of Ministers with a broad range program and all the Nordic institutions. We have Nordic Innovation, we have Nordforsk, we have also NEFCO funding them, we have Nordic Energy there. So a lot of things happening, and more in cooperation with each other. It's almost every 2 weeks we visit each other, for example, with the Copenhagen team, and I think that's a high added value. Together we are stronger in building up these Nordic and Baltic bioeconomy strategies. Second one is a specific initiative, Nordic Bioeconomy Panel. So that is the get-together first and action then, and coming down to the Nordic bioeconomy strategy in the first part of 2017, and we will hear more about that also during these 2 days. And that would be the document where the Nordic bioeconomy policies and strategies will be gathered. And the third one, Baltic Sea Region Bioeconomic Council, also inviting the Baltic Sea region and their countries to the joint activities. So a lot of things happening, and the pace is accelerating at the moment. Then some highlights from our studies and roadshow regarding the title, Nordic Green Growth Policies and Incentives. Do we have these? Do we identify them? And what are the kind of suggestions from the regions regarding these issues? First of all, the awareness and understanding of the key concepts. We had this pulp mill or biorefinery. What is in fact green economy? Green growth, are we heading for growth or transition? Industrial symbiosis and circular economy, are they parallel, the same, or how do they work together? All these things need not the full effort only for these things, but we need to clear up these definitions in order to have the structured discussion about the future. Second, ensure long-term and predictable financial support in developing regional bioeconomy. And I know that the private sector, they hate this uncertainty. The predictability is the word. We should have more and more about that long-term predictable financial support. Third one is joint Nordic demonstration plans. I hear very often in the regions, now you have talked the talk and now it's time to walk the walk and start building up these joint Nordic demonstration plans and maybe to save our costs by joint demo plant somewhere and in the Nordic region. And the fourth one, I think that's quite exciting. We are talking about the national level now, but it's very often inspired by regional level. Regional level inspires national and Nordic level policies and incentives. That's something we have learned. Quickly, a couple of examples of these regions inspiring national policies. We have an excellent program from Sweden called Winväxt, a 10-year innovation funding program by Vinnova Sweden, up to 10 years, maximum 1 million euros per year. It's long-term predictable. And that is nicely used in building up the Processum cluster, not in the metropolitan region, but in the region of Örnsköldsvik with the tradition of pulp mills and biorefineries. So they are hosting one of these Winväxt initiatives, biorefinery of the future. Second one is also present during these days here, Kemi-Tornio and inventory of side streams. Kemi-Tornio region in North Finland, what they are doing, they are trying to find out how much side streams they have to present for the industrial symbiosis. And they did the very simple way. They went to the companies and asked and found out. And now they have the list of inventory presented by Kari Poikala, the project director there. And what I think is quite interesting, that the summary list of these side streams is available, for example, to foreign companies considering location in the Kemi-Tornio region. So maybe we should think of a broader use of this simple tool of listing these side streams. And the third one is Regional green branding. We have nice examples of good Nordic green growth branding. Bornholm, Värmland, Samsjö, Växjö, many of them here also presented during these days. But at the roadshow we learned also that some regions are really struggling. Challenge in our region, weak regional branding that copycats others rather than creates a green profile based on characteristics of our region. Regions admit something could be done better and they want to find good practices. Well, you have a Bornholm, bright green island there, you have Värmland there with their smart specialization in bioeconomy. And then the question comes, could we even use that in the national level for increased Nordic green branding, again inspired by the regions. Then do we have these incentives? We heard already that we are getting incentives, for example, from the new national climate and energy strategy in Finland. Norway has been very successful with all electric cars. The joint Nordic initiatives, we need more. And I did not invent this myself, but I combined some ideas and came up to the idea of Nordic Green Transition Award in the style of Millennium Green Prize, which is the Finnish technology prize of 1 million euros, was it biannually or every third year? Maybe we could do something like that to hire our profile also and to get people focused on our joint Nordic green growth development. The other one is how to promote our joint Nordic green growth initiatives. We have a nice initiative of Nordiske Symbiose Network coming up partly from our Nordic roadshows, which started in Kalundborg, Denmark, and the discussion continues there. Maybe we could support these kinds of initiatives also in the future. And to start concluding, is there Nordic added value to be created? And I just list to show you that yes, there is. We have the joint Nordic learning from our programs. Then what is maybe one of the most important is this know-who, this Nordic and Baltic matchmaking. But one of the key issues also today and tomorrow. Joint Nordic lobbying and international visibility, for example, towards EU. We are simply too shy. We should be there more often. We should be there together. Joint Nordic pilots, demo plants. Fortunately, bioeconomy strategy is coming. Maybe there is also a role for these Nordic cross-border cooperation committees in the future in promoting this Nordic added value. And last but not least here, joint Nordic businesses. It's the euros and jobs that count in the end of the day. And final slide is about how do we continue the work. Together with the Gaia company, the Nordic Working Group has recently produced a vision and roadmap how to get further on. And the bold vision would be that Nordic regions jointly lead the way to sustainable growth in the short and the long term. And we have put it in 3 baskets. Green growth as an integral part of regional strategies and actions. Business in the regions is based on the sustainable solutions. And finally, regional actors are active in Nordic and global ecosystems. Under each box we have a working program waiting for the next 4 years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Jukka. Let me invite you to join me here, and we'll be seated in the middle, so that because I feel so sorry for you who are so far from the stage so often. Jukka, have a seat. And here's your microphone, and we got another microphone if you have questions that you want to post to Jukka. And many of you actually already did on the website using the hashtag #NordicGreen. And so Jukka, I would want to start by asking you, why is the Nordic area a logic area for cooperation? Because we know some of the Nordic countries are not even part of the European Union. Sweden and Finland, we are largely forestry countries. Denmark is largely agriculture. Why is it logical to work within the Nordics?
I would start with the natural resources. There is a rich diversity, you are correct, but we all use our natural resources and try to find the sustainable way of using. I think the other is the Nordic culture. even though there are some hindrances and obstacles, we are quite a homogeneous region together with our business cultures. And one thing is also trust. There is still Nordic trust, which is not highly appreciated or named, but I think that is one of the elements here too.
Yuka, I know this is going to sound like a very personal question, but how do we get more attractive? Because when I looked at those figures, and particularly one where there were 40 countries, and Finland and Sweden, we were in the, and Norway were in the bottom half, and Denmark was just above the bottom half, I thought we would be doing much better.
Not an easy question, but I would say that we should first get this awareness thing, and so that people pay more attention, and that's something I had in mind when I put this Green Millennium Prize, so that it would really be, I'm not proposing a Nobel, but people have some ideas towards Nordic countries when it comes to prestigious prizes, so that could be one way of paying more attention. But of course, it's hard work, but also we should all tell more about our work. For example, the Sitra work last week in Marrakesh was a good 15 Nordic examples of climate-saving energy. We try to do the same with our 50 cases. I think the clear examples, 2-page maximum, it's the trend of today. If you don't have the energy to read 100 pages, these 1-2 pages really maybe pay more attention. And it's not only reports, we should be out there, as I wrote, the visibility in the EU.
It's always hard to brag about yourself, so let me do that for you. That the 50 cases study is really a nice and easy read. Great examples. Here's a question. Bring the mic, and while the mic is coming that way, let me meanwhile ask you a question that was already put on #NordicGreen. Your focus was the countries. How about the civil society? How about the municipalities? How about the startups? What role do you see there?
Of course, there is a great role, and the more we look at it, the more we see that it's bottom-up. And having said that, we did our third study, which was the study of the regions and municipalities in the beginning. And we found out that regarding Nordic regions, we got nice answers, nicely covered. But when we moved one step closer to the consumers, to the municipalities, we were really disappointed. We didn't get the replies. And in the end, we think that the penetration is not yet there. We should go even more, spend more time to be more clear with our biorefineries and pulp mills and concepts. And we should really open up these concepts and say, what does this mean for a single consumer and municipality? And we are not there yet.
Thank you. Let's hear the question.
Actually, this is not a question. I'm Kaisu Annala and chair of the working group. Just commenting this attractiveness of the Nordic regions and Nordic countries. The question is about being how the best ones or the most attractive countries are China, India and USA. And the question is exactly of the size of the region, and to have these Nordic countries working together, we are larger as a region. What would be these numbers if that would indicate Nordic region?
So the more we pool the resources, the more attractive we become.
There is some kind of critical mass effect even here, so that we should be stronger, bigger.
And don't be shy. Some of you put your questions on the #NordicGreen and some of you didn't. So raise your hand if you feel that you want the microphone. And meanwhile, let me ask you, because you pointed out the need for long-term stability and long-term rules. Now I'm always worried and wondering, do we really want that? If in 2016 we would be sitting by 1992 years of rules and regulations, would we really be better off?
I will answer to another question,
Okay,
which is that what was done right at this Örnsköldsvik case. I think it was so hands-on pragmatic to support their innovation system there, to build up the cluster, to get everybody on board, and to say that we don't have that much money. We have 10 million Swedish crowns per year or 1 million euros, but we put it for the next 10 years. That means 2.5 election periods in many of our Nordic countries. And you start thinking, they really believe in us and in this region. The nation believes in us. We are part of the Winnevex team for the next 10 years. Of course, you could say that let's take easy now, at least the first 3 years, but that's not the case. People are really pushing.
I love that push. Let's hear if this question is not a quest for a push.
Niels Mikkelsen from Minor Change Group in Denmark. I saw your figure here where you split up the different, you split up bioeconomy, circular economy, and clean tech, and so on. It could be very good for the understanding, but sometimes it can also maybe be a bit tricky because it's very coherent. And actually, in my opinion, we're working a lot with circular economy and also bioeconomy together. We actually see it as, I think if you split bioeconomy and circular economy, you can end up, if you only see solely on bioeconomy, you can maybe end up with the same things, faults you have in the linear economy. So I think we have to look, see bioeconomy together with circular economy to recover the resources. So I think that's when we talk about things, maybe we should, it could be good for analytical purposes to split them up, but when you think about it, when you practice it, maybe you should really mix it together again, especially bioeconomy and circular economy.
Thank you. I love that. How do we integrate the concept, which is out there and being discussed so much, but how do we integrate the concept of circular economy in what we're doing?
Thank you for raising this question. We struggled half a year with our working group before really getting down to business, and then you have to say that there is, I think there are no holistic reports in this in a good way, so you have to be pragmatic and at one point. And an example of circular economy, should we include Airbnb and Uber, and are they part or not, and how does it relate to bioeconomy? And then you have to put first the context, it is this bioeconomy and using natural resources, and then you have the different traditions in each country and political agendas. For example, clean tech is not known in all the Nordic countries. In some countries it's frequently used. But I agree with you, there is a lot of work to do with the conceptualization.
And finally, because here you have practitioners, you have policy, you have the Nordic countries and some of our friends from Northern Europe as well, and we got the research department, municipalities are here also, regions and countries. What is your #1 advice to all of us?
Well, for these 2 days is, of course, believe in Nordic, invest more in the Nordic cooperation, and from talk to walk, and more cases and more pragmatic approaches. We take care of most of the research, but I know you want results, euros and jobs. Let's do it together.
Thank you so much, Jukka. What a wonderful conclusion. Thank you. And actually, that's not only a great conclusion, it's also a great introduction to our next speaker, who is going to speak about exactly that, the green growth, the Nordic way. What is the Nordic Prime Minister's initiative doing? What are the results? Please welcome, Annika Rosing from the Nordic Council of Ministers. Annika.
Thank you.
Come on.
Hello, everyone, thank you for having this opportunity to present some of the results from the Nordic Prime Minister Initiative on Green Growth. And I would like to say that this is sort of like a snowball that starts rolling, and many of these initiatives will keep on being into different kinds of practice in other kind of areas as well. My name is Annika Rosing, and I work as head of department at the Nordic Council of Ministers, responsible for, among other issues, this Green Growth Initiative. And first of all, I would like to introduce you to the Nordic Council of Ministers. I hope you all are aware of what kind of organization we are, but we are the governmental cooperation between the 5 Nordic countries, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark and Iceland, as well as the autonomous areas of Faroe Island, Greenland, and Åland. And green transition and green growth is important areas for the Nordic countries, individually, but also in the Nordic cooperation. And in 2011, the Nordic Prime Ministers decided to launch a joint initiative on green growth. And their ambition was quite high. They wanted the Nordic countries to be leading in green growth. And I think there's still a possibility to do that, but we have to work together, as Jukka said earlier. And we have been working with 8 initiatives covering a wide area from education and research to public procurement and green investments. And some of the projects in this initiative are present here today at the marketplace. So if you want to know more, please go and visit them. And here are some of the results. One of the initiative was Test Center for Green Solution, and there is a huge gain to harvest in working together within this area. And because developing new energy technologies and using existing ones in a smarter way is one of the biggest challenges in a green transition. And in this initiative, we choose to focus on biorefineries in order to optimize the use of biological resources that are currently underused or not used at all. The Nordic region has a big potential for new bioeconomy initiatives, and the bioeconomic sector is already account for around 10% in total of the economy in the Nordic countries. So it is a huge potential. At the same time, we identify that more than 50% of all resources in the primary sector goes to waste currently. This means that there is an enormous potential for optimizing of resources. Another initiative was the focus on education and research to promote green growth. And the reason for this is that education and research has been an important part of the Nordic cooperation for a long, long time. And the common objective for this initiative has been to involve the next generation in the field of green growth and green transition. And this initiative is quite large. It covers the entire spectrum from children to young people, as well as students and researchers. The program focusing on children covers teaching material as well as educational programs. When it comes to students, we focused on a Nordic master degree for green growth, as well as a campus network. We have also a part that focused on adult education, focusing on teachers and volunteers. Sustainable development requires more conscious actions. So we need to bring children, students, teachers as well on board. The single largest initiative in the whole Green Growth Program has been an interdisciplinary research initiative called Green Growth Understanding Societal Changes. Now I'm rushing through these different kinds of initiatives, and if you have any questions, just come with them. Because it's quite large, this initiative. But we have also focused on waste in the form of plastic, textile, and as well as food. And as I said earlier, there is a huge potential for improving resource efficiency in reducing emission of greenhouse gases and generating new jobs when it comes to waste and waste management in different kinds of ways. As an example, in the Nordic countries, we produce around 17 kilos of textile waste per capita each year. It's enormous, I would say. The annual consumption of new textile in the Nordic countries is around 350,000 tons, but only 1/3 of used textiles are collected each year. Our studies shows that we could double the amount of textile collected, reused and recycled in the Nordic region, and that this type of restructuring could potentially lead to over 4,000 new jobs in our region. and that's quite impressive, I would say. Another initiative covers the area of consumer flexibility within the Nordic electricity market. The common Nordic electricity market, Nordpool, is one of the most integrated macro-regional energy market in the world. And this is actually, when it comes to green transition and green growth, Nordpool is an excellent example of what the gains are when it comes to working together. The purpose of this project has been to enhance the consumer flexibility in the Nordic electricity market, because that's one of the challenges, to have a stable supply, balancing consumption and production when reinforcing new renewable energy. I will try to speed up. We have also focused on green technical norms and standards. And why is that? Many industries is important for green growth and green transition, are heavily regulated in our Nordic countries as well as European Union. And those regulations are in many cases as well decided on a European level. And another aspect of this is surveillance and labeling, which is demanding, costly, and complicated. So this project has focused on sustainable buildings, indoor climate renovation of existing buildings, including SWAN labeling on renovation, and a cooperation on a Nordic level when it comes to surveillance, eco-labeling, and monitoring. Another one, a difficult one, has been green public procurement. This is, I would say, a huge potential in trying to direct public procurement in a green way. And public procurement accounts for at least 16% of GDP in the Nordic countries. And for certain products, the public sector is a single biggest buyer. To strengthen green growth and green transition via common approaches in public procurement is an important tool. And presently, the Nordic capital regions are planning a joint procurement of electric heavy machinery with a focus on finding new and innovative equipment together with the market players. Another interesting area has been green investment and finance. And you will hear more about this from Magnus from NEFCO. The Nordic countries are already heavily involved in green financing via NIB, the Nordic Investment Bank, NEFCO, the Nordic Environment Finance Corporation. But in order to really make a change, we have to use different kind of economic policy instruments. And we have rather large investments ahead of us when it comes to energy, transport, material and waste management. The main result for the Nordic experience shows that the use of broad-based, market-oriented economic policy instrument is the best way to support green investment and green transformation. Finally, this is actually sort of a tiny little magnificent jewel in the whole green growth initiative. Because one tiny project focused on the integration of environment and climate in development aid, and development aid is not part of the official Nordic cooperation. But however, this project has focused on supporting fossil fuel subsidy reform. And the project has shown how emerging and developing countries can phase out ineffective and environmentally harmful public subsidies of fossil fuels and target those resources into energy efficiency, social safety net, and better green transition. And 20 countries has been part of this work. 13 developing countries have included this in their national climate contribution as a response to the Paris Agreement. So this is really a very interesting result, and will also continue. Green growth, however, the Nordic way. Before I finish, I would like to do some general conclusions from our green growth initiative. We have proven that green growth can be implemented in many different areas of our society. We have shown that going green goes hand in hand with growth potential. And we have shown that this is a high interest in the Nordic countries to continue working with these questions. But we also know that green growth does not happen overnight. In order for us to truly embrace the green transition, we need a strong, encouraging policy instrument, we need economic incentives, and we need to put policy into practice, walk the walk, as Jukka said. And don't forget to visit some of the projects outside, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, Annika. And in fact, the conclusions are in the report, which is in your bag, if you didn't notice already. So please read it, because it's an interesting read. And one part that I like about it is that it focuses on the real issues. Now, in the discussion, at least in Sweden, we often discuss those few new houses. But your report also focuses on the existing things, the existing houses that can be improved on, and of course the existing textiles that we need to do something better with. But I want to ask you, speaking of the plastic and textiles and foods that are some of the key areas that you decided to focus on, what made you focus on these areas?
Because there's a huge potential in textile, because it's damaging for our environment. It's environmentally hostile production in many cases. When it comes to plastic, it also is, we have difficulties in our environment to take care of all the plastic that floats in the sea, that are everywhere. So I think there is a huge potential in recycling and reusing plastic and textile, as well as food, of course.
Reusing food?
Reusing, but also not to have so much food waste. I mean, I didn't mention the food waste project, but that was targeting not to have so much food waste, to use it in a more smart and efficient way, the food that we actually produce.
And within those key subjects that you mentioned, do you have any personal now favorite examples of of best practices?
Nord Pool, the Nordic electricity market, is really a good example of how strong we can be and how efficient we can be when we cooperate together. But also when it comes to this market surveillance, when it comes to eco-design and eco-labeling, it's extremely costly to do that on a national level. But by working together, we can actually save money and do it in a more efficient way. And I know that NORDRGIOFORUM, the name of the project, is outside if you want to know more.
And Annika, this project and the final report is in the bag, both literally and in a wider sense. And you rightfully point out that we are far from done here. So what's going to happen with all the conclusions that you made, and what can we bring forward from the project?
As I said, this is like a snowball that starts rolling, and several of the projects will continue in a new Prime Minister initiative, which is called Nordic Solution to Global Challenges, which will be launched next year. And another like this NORDRGIOFORUM, it will just keep on going because it's such a good project, actually. So that will go into a permanent phase. When it comes to green financing, we have just started that work. I think when it comes to green financing, we will continue to do work. We're going to present, hopefully, a SWAN eco-label on green stock, aktiefonder, whatever. Share stock.
Funds. Yeah, you get it. The
so
stock
I mean,
market
many
funds.
of these initiatives started 2011, but will keep on in different kinds of shapes. I think almost all of them, actually.
That's great. So when you read the leaflet, and you really should, or the booklet, don't despair. These things are going to move on, some of them in permanent measures and some of them in different projects. And if you are unsure about your favorite, you just go to Annika.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Annika.
And
yes.
Anina, who is sitting over there, who knows actually much more about the specific projects than I do.
All right. So Anima and Annika, thank you ever so much. And actually, Annika, she ended up by saying that we need to discuss finance more, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. We're bringing Magnus Rystedt, who's from the Nordic Environment Finance Corporation, whom I'm sure you all have heard just a little bit about and need to hear more about, because they are a very important part in financing these green solutions we've been speaking about all morning. Magnus, a very warm welcome.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to come here and explain a little bit what we are doing at NEFCO. For those of you who doesn't know us, I will start with a few slides on NEFCO and then a little bit of activities that we have done. There's also a stand there behind you where you can find more information about NEFCO. We are sort of a financing institution trying to disseminate, the experience and knowledge that we have of our sort of, in a global perspective, very successful progression over many years in terms of sustainability and environmental investments. So we are not actually investing in the Nordic countries, we are sort of outside. And the idea to establish NEFCO in 1990 was, of course, the fall of the Soviet Union, the collapse. And the idea was that there was, as we started out in Eastern Europe, or we're still sort of the bulk of our work is still there, it was to see that you could get more bang for the buck while investing outside of the Nordic countries rather than inside the Nordic countries. And that is, of course, always been and it will continue to be sort of a strong criteria for our investments. The projects needs to be environmental cost effective. So we benchmark a little bit back to the Nordic countries what it would cost to achieve the same benefit in the projects in the Nordics. And usually I think the cost is 1/7 compared to doing the same investments in the Nordics, or it's 1/7 of the cost. So it's quite cost effective. So in general, being an environmental bank, we have a very strong focus on monitoring the results of the projects that we are investing in. So we sort of, throughout the participation from our funding, the borrower or the company will need to report back. So we try to keep control that the benefits that we are targeting are sustained and over a longer period. If we look what the main areas of our priorities would be, in general we have this, the target of our projects are small and medium sized. Compared to other IFIs, international financing institutions such as the World Bank, the Nordic Investment Bank and so forth, we are targeting investments. Our share is up to 5 million euros, which in this context is a sort of small, medium size, but we go down to maybe 500,000 or even less actually. We have some funds that are much lower than that. With regard to the areas, green growth we have talked about, and I said with regard to how that is defined, we have defined it maybe a little bit more narrowly than others. In our business, it's very much focused on private sector. And in principle, as shown before on slides, green growth would encapsulate everything that we do, but we look at it as from a private sector perspective. Climate is, of course, very important. We are probably the biggest manager of climate using market mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol or so forth in the Nordic region. So climate is also where we do a lot of public projects that we sort of come into that category. Baltic Sea is a priority that has been there since our inception. I will come back to that also, what we have been doing. But of course, it's still a very high priority from a Nordic perspective. And then, of course, the Barents and Arctic area are in areas where we are quite active. So these are sort of the 4 priority areas, and the sort of the niche we have in this field is the small and medium-sized type of projects. Where we are, we have finance projects over 60 countries. We have, as I mentioned before, Eastern Europe is really the big focus, but it's still we have been doing projects in many areas of the world. And we are currently managing funds of roughly 460 million euros. And in 2015, we approved 165 projects to a value of 107 million euros. So our activity is quite extent. In terms of our funds, they have been growing. Our own funds, our own capital, which is the blue line here, is the capital that we use for investments. That has sort of been stable since 2007. The rest is different initiatives and reasons. And I think it's worth to point out that only a minority, the major part of these funds are not coming from the Nordic governments. It's coming from other governments. We have funds from US, Russia, Germany, or Holland, small project. EU, of course, but of course a very large part is also from the private sector. So the interest you could see here that, you know, in the 2000s, the interest for many of our sort of really important projects that we have been working with, the Baltic Sea started to increase dramatically, but also climate, which was something that was already included into our mandate in 1990, that is a target area, also became very important, as well like Arctic issues. Then I come to, I didn't want to present it, but we have done a small book here that was funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers. It's called Green Financing, the Nordic Way. It was done in connection to the G20 meeting, and it was presented by the Swedish Minister of Financial Markets, I think, in Shanghai, and it was very well received. And it was, I understood that the prints are all out, so the only way to find it is on the web page of the Nordic Council. And here are some highlights from that report. And the idea was to give a very, very small presentation of successful examples within the Nordic context and how we sort of did it. I think you saw the environmental ranking you had before. You had the Nordic governments were pretty much in the top in the environmental index, and I think there is a great interest amongst other countries around the world how we did it. And I think what we tried to do, a very brief look and give some good examples on why it was possible. And one way, which is not really listed here, of course, is which I think is fundamental to the success story, is of course that the public and political commitment and also the predictability has been fairly stable all since the 70s, I guess, and I think that has allowed companies and others to invest. As mentioned before, regional cooperation was very important. I think we had an example here of our neighbors here, Helcom, with regard to the Baltic Sea. So we took a few examples. And then, of course, the regulatory and policy measures were also very important to enable this. And then we have some sort of examples: polluters pay, subsidies to clean energy, involvement in the emission trading, and as mentioned before, Nordpool, which is a enabling market, easy accessible electricity market, which is of course very important to add on and invest in renewable energy. And then of course we discussed financial institutions, and in particularly we identified the municipal financing institutions, because a lot of these investments in infrastructure are actually funded by these institutions, which is very different than any other possibilities that municipalities elsewhere in the world has in terms of financing. Then we had another little book here that is actually there in our stand, which we did in the spring, A Nordic Perspective on Green Growth. And it was focusing quite a lot on SMEs and small and medium-sized companies. And it is focused on cooperation between public and private funding, common policies for solving environmental challenges, and how to scale up green solutions. And in particular, we sort of focus on this concept of Nordic solution, which is also within our strategy. So how can we package something that is attractive and creates benefit in other countries. Now I come to a few examples of what we have done. This is an example of municipal projects that we have done, in particular in Ukraine. We have done our projects in Ukraine affecting roughly 100,000 people currently. We are working we have sort of 85 projects in Ukraine at the moment. And of course, municipal funding, municipal infrastructure projects is quite something that we do quite a lot. It's usually the buildings are schools, hospitals, and kindergartens that we are focusing all over Ukraine. And it's creating a lot of reduction in energy consumption in Ukraine. Trying to use the best practice, the best knowledge that we have in the Nordic area and transform it into providing that benefit to the municipalities of Ukraine. We do have municipal projects all over the place. Another one is, of course, wastewater treatment plants. We are participating in the financing of 60 municipal wastewater treatment plants in the Baltic area, in Russia, the Baltic countries primarily. And it's roughly generating a little bit more than 1,000 tons of phosphorus a year, so it's covering roughly wastewater treatment of 1.7 million people. And of course, it is to promote the best practice in how to treat wastewater from municipalities. I could add here that we hopefully in December here will also approve the first 5 municipalities in Belarus that are contributing to the wastewater into the Baltic Sea. So we're moving into to Belarus as we speak. Wind. We are a co-investor and we're founder of the biggest wind operator in the Baltic countries. It was an investment done together with the Norwegian company Vardar. It's called Nelly Energia and has an installed capacity of 289 megawatt. And in this summer, 27 new turbines of 68 megawatt capacity was added in the projects in Lithuania. So that's sort of a little bit on renewable investments. And then, of course, we have the Arctic activity, and that is focused very much around the Arctic Council and also the Barents Council, but this is, I guess, the Arctic example. It's contributions from most of the Nordic countries, and then including the US and Russia. And we are trying to find environmental projects to support the work of the Arctic Council. And then I must end with a short note on the NOPEF, which is a fund that is supported by Nordic Council of Ministers. It's a small fund that we have, but it generates a lot of benefits. Over the years, 2,900 projects have received funding. And I assume that NOPEF probably has the biggest database of Nordic private companies, particularly small and medium-sized companies in the Nordics. And we are evaluating this work, and it leads to, each successful implementation leads to roughly 14 employments. That's sort of the studies that we do. We try to monitor the effects of the projects. So that means that on an annual basis, the projects that we approve this year will lead to roughly 475 jobs created. This is for internationalization, taking a good idea, a good project, and bringing it to an international market. Here are some examples. This is from China. It's a Norwegian company, Höst, that is focusing on reusing organic waste. So they have a plan to have a plan to have an annual production capacity of 50,000 tons of fertilizers in China. And this NOPEF fund is a pre-feasibility or feasibility support in order to decide whether or not this could be implemented. Here we have another company. It's a Swedish company called Oatly, which is doing products to substitute dairy products. And their special technology they have, and in NOPEF we have participated in their internationalizations into Australia and China. So this is very good effect for a very small amount of money, actually, I would say, in the Nordic perspective, how to get good ideas, good technologies out on an international market. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Magnus. And I think we were all impressed by the numbers of projects that you have and the different areas that you touch upon and the 60 countries you've been doing things in. But on the other hand, is it really efficient to be in so many places doing so many things? How do you become efficient?
Yeah, I think it is because we are focusing on very. It's not like we're doing very different things. We have sort of our niches, and we have been quite good in order to work with small and medium-sized projects. The way that to do it is to bundle many similar kinds of projects together and then distribute it. So the problem is not the geography as such, it's more to find a program that you can have sort of a critical mass in order to make it efficient.
Some of the countries that you mentioned, including Belarus, have very few participants in this audience. So how is what you mentioned directly relevant to us?
I think what it, our work is actually to try to see what is being going on in the regions, in the municipalities, and how to take the best things that you are doing and bringing it to other countries. Enabling them to sort of leapfrog to some extent in their development.
So the reason that we want to approach you over lunch, which is approaching, is because we have a great thing, like the Oatly that you mentioned, or something great that's been done in our municipalities or our context that we think could be multiplied in other countries. Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something we do.
And how is that done?
Contact us.
Okay. As simple as that.
I have two colleagues here, Lia and Mikael.
Oh, we love those hand-raising things.
Yeah, they are
two colleagues down there, just by the door, strategically located.
Yeah, they're hungry for lunch.
They're hungry as well. They want to be first for lunch, and they want to be the easiest to find when we want to start mingling and getting those contacts.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much, Magnus.
Yeah.
And of course, those last words from Magnus were exactly what this conference is about. We're not just giving examples up here for the sake of it, or for you to be impressed by the various organizations that helped organize this event or that have been part of the speakers, but for us all to use this as a tool to really get going in the green growth change that we all want to do. And that's why we're wrapping this session up. We're going for lunch. Lunch is out the door and through the corridor on the same floor. Don't go down unless you have to. The weather is nicer inside than outside today. And there's a wonderful, great lunch, Nordic theme on the lunch as well. And when you come back at 1 o'clock, we'll be inspired by our German and Dutch French. Have a great lunch.
It's working. Yeah, but it's just doesn't have. Okay, let's continue with the program. Please sit down if you have your coffee cup with you. Please have a seat so we can continue with the program. Thank you.
So maybe you've been waiting for the moderator, but here I am. And with this, I want to invite us all to think creatively and a little bit outside of the box about transport and the bio-based economy we're heading for. And we're going to have great international help to be more creative in this area. First, we're going to hear from the Dutch example. We saw in previous slides and heard in previous presentations that wonderful things are happening in the Netherlands. Then we're moving on to Germany. Then we're going to take a Dutch and German newfound friends and put there and ask them all of our questions. Remember to use the hashtag that we told you earlier. It's there. It's Nordic Green. If you're shy, or if you want to put a long question, then I'll post it. Or if you are not so shy, remember to phrase it already and put it later when the microphone will be handed out. But first, give a warm hand for Kees Kwant, who's the senior expert on bio-based economy at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction, also for the invitation to present to you what we are doing in the area of bio-based economy and bioeconomy and circular economy in the Netherlands. Besides working on the bioeconomy within our agency and also within our ministry, I'm also the chairman of IEA Bioenergy. So from that point of view, I'm used to collaborate with your countries. And actually, in my presentation, where I will talk about renewable resources for a low-carbon economy in the Netherlands, but also in Europe, how we implement that and the results of that in the Netherlands, I would like to mention something to you that is that from the IEA bioenergy point of view, where we have here the 23 member countries, I can see that specifically the Nordic countries, when we rank the contribution of bioenergy to the national energy supply, they are doing very well. I must say that Finland and Sweden and Denmark, they are the number 2, 3, and 4 from all the, looking at these countries that are in IEA bioenergy in the production of renewable energies from biomass. So I think we are very happy and also good to see that we have countries that really can contribute to this. Of course, Brazil is the first one, and some that are others as well. The Netherlands is not that high. And I will tell something to you on what we need to do in order to get there. Because biomass is very important in, let's say, realizing our climate goals. And actually, we can do two things in the bioeconomy. First of all, we can reduce CO2 emissions from fossil fuels by replacing fossil fuels with bioenergy or other renewables. And that's the black part here in this graph. But over the last years, the last centuries, we have also changed this Earth. And we have not always done this very well. This has led to land use change. And because of land use change, we also have increased carbon emissions to the atmosphere. And in the bioeconomy, we can reverse this in both ways. On the agriculture and forestry side, by doing, again, land use change, but then in a different way, so improving the situation rather than making it worse. And, of course, by reducing the fossil CO2 emissions. And renewable energy is crucial to realize that. Within IEA, we are looking at, let's say, how can the energy sector contribute to combating climate change. And, of course, it's energy efficiency, it's more let's say, efficient use of fossil fuels and so on, but also renewable fuels count to about 30% of, let's say, the overall change that is required over the next 35 years. And what we also see is that of these 42 gigatons that have to be reduced, about 10% will have to be reduced through bioenergy. And this is bioenergy power. It is also CCS, so carbon capture and storage. It is heating with biomass, but it's also biofuels. And actually, biofuels, that is seen as the most important area where we will have to use the biomass in the future. So bioenergy is part of the complete system. And in this system, actually, I always like to use this graph where we put bioenergy as part of the bio-based economy. So the bio-based economy, it's also using the biomass as a resource for and materials and for energy, which in itself is part of the bioeconomy, where we also produce the food and feed for our living. And this, of course, it is part of the overall carbon economy. And what we have to do in order to combat climate change is reduce the emissions of CO2 to the atmosphere. So that is leading in the policy in Europe and also in the Netherlands. But we have to do this in a sustainable way. And so I would like to mention to you 3 principles that we kind of developed in the Netherlands and that also now have become implemented in our circular economy policy. First of all, it's about sustainable biomass growth. As I told you, we can change land use change, so we can reverse it by growing more biomass, by absorbing more CO2 from the atmosphere. But of course, we have to do this in a sustainable way, smart agriculture with better crops, recycling of the nutrients, optimal use of water, minimal use of pesticides. So these are all ways to improve our agricultural and forestry practices, but at the end, we can have more resources. Once we have these resources, of course, we have to use them in a very efficient way. And normally we use this pyramid in the Netherlands, and with this pyramid we can kind of cascade the biomass. So it's the value, the highest value is on the top, and the lowest value is on the bottom. And we try to get most of the value out of the biomass. So first use the biomass for health and healthcare, then for food and feed and chemicals, and then for energy. You can, of course, also cascade in time, so reuse the material. So then we talk about a circular economy, or cascading in function, and this is what we do in the biorefinery. So all these different, let's say, ways of using biomass improve the efficient use of biomass and making it resource efficient. And this then leads us to the third principle that I would like to call trias biologica, because in the Netherlands, when we talk about let's say, the new energy system, we use the trias energetica, where we say, first we have to do energy savings, secondly, introduce renewable resources, and thirdly, use them in an efficient way. So when you translate that to carbon, the first thing we have to do is reduce the amount of carbon in our system, in our resource system, and in our energy system. So which basically means try to use as much solar and wind energy, so that whatever we can do with electrons, do that with the electrons. But then still, there are a lot of applications where the electrons in itself cannot serve the society. So there we will use the bioresources, and where we use the bioresources, we will try to do that in an efficient way by cascading it to avoid the overall emissions. So these are the 3 principles that can lead us to, let's say, a new way of using the biomass, also creating economic opportunities. So as I mentioned already, it's specifically we will need the biomass for long-distance shipping and aviations, for chemicals, plastics, industrial heat, and also those places where we need power, and when there is no sun and wind, then let's say dispatchable power. For that also the biomass can be used. So we think there is a market for this, and this is a picture from the Nova Institute showing how that, for example, could develop for bio-based polymers and how this market could grow over the next years. So it's an integrated approach, and nowadays we very much look at this from a circular economy point of view. And in this circular economy that was firstly mentioned by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, basically what you see, it's, let's say, on the one hand side, it's, let's say, the so-called mining and materials, and the other side, it's the bio-based circle. So both circles are there, and both contribute to our society. And what we actually try to achieve is to improve recycling as much as possible, and at the same moment replacing, let's say, the fossil resources with the bio-based resources. So the green part could grow. So this is, let's say, it's a more renewable energy, elimination of waste, and of course design the system in such a way that this improvement is possible. So what can be a definition? I think there are still a lot of discussions. We see that in the Netherlands we use a different definition from the European Commission, and this is again, it's different from the Ellen MacArthur Institute, so that still requires some discussion. And within the IEA Bioenergy we are looking what could be a possible definition. The Netherlands, we published our governmental plan for a circular economy in September of this year. And basically, the main lines are there. It's about the efficient use of resources, the optimal reuse of the resources. And when we need the resources, we want to see sustainable mining. So in our country, we don't have so many forests, so we very much depend on also on import of resources. So it's across the complete chain that has to be done in a sustainable way. Try to reduce the amount of resources that are used. So it's a circular design that is very important here. And when we have our products, they also should be used in an efficient way. So it's efficient products and services. So these are the main lines, let's say, within our governmental plan. And the ambition, let's say the target is that in the year 2013, we will have 50% less consumption of primary resources. So it's the mineral, fossil, and the metal resources. So it's quite an ambitious target. And we try to realize this through 5 different value chains. And they are similar to what the European Commission has defined, but also somewhat different. The European Commission very much defined in their plan for the circular economy 5 streams. So it's the plastics, biomass and bio-based products, food waste, and critical raw materials, and demolition waste. We defined more areas where we can achieve this circular economy. So it's about the plastics, but then we also have there the line for sustainable biomass and food supply. So that's where we also have the bio-based economy, and also food waste is part of that as well. And then we have the third one. It's a different line that is not within the European Commission, and that's the consumer goods. So that's all the equipment that we use, the computers, everything there, to see how that can be done in a more, let's say, circular way. Then it's industrial production. So how can we produce more goods with less resources? And of course, in the built environment where we have our housing. So these are our 5 value chains that we are using, and the instruments that are there are deals with the society. It's new regulations, stimuli for the market, so it's the procurement, financing. Of course, innovation is very crucial to realize this, and also international collaboration, because it's really something we will have to do together, and that's also why I'm here, and luckily you are also here, so we can do this together. So the next step now is that our government is working on an agreement with the different bodies, industries in the Netherlands, to come to a resource agreement that will be ready by the end of this year. So where we will agree on how this can be done with the different parties, and then we will develop transition agendas on how to realize that. So as I mentioned already, research and development is quite important, and being here at this NORDRGIO forum, I thought I'll tell something about, let's say, the research that we are doing here, that we're doing in the Netherlands. We have an approach in the Netherlands that we call the top sector approach, where basically industries, government sit together, and where, let's say, it's a market-driven research in top sectors. And, for example, energy, chemicals are one of the top sectors. And we add to that regional support. So this comes, let's say, together in building up the bio-based economy in the Netherlands. The total budget is about 240 million euro per year. And from the governmental side, it's about 70 million euro per year that becomes available through, for example, subsidies, but also fiscal support for companies, loans, and so on. In the regions, we are a very small country, at least when you compare it to Finland or Sweden. But still, we have regions, and each regions, they have their, let's say, own strength, their own interest to develop the bio-based economy. So, for example, on the left bottom, we have the bio-based Delta, where we have the green chemistry campus, chemical industry like Dow and so on. So they very much work on the bio-building blocks, bio-based aromatics, performance materials. On the right-hand side in the bottom, we have our old coal mines. That's where in the past we had the coal mines. Also the chemical industry that originally started from coal, but nowadays it's based on oil. And so that's where we find DSM as a very important, let's say, company. And they are very much working on bio-based performance materials, chemicals, and also biomedical materials. And then, for example, an area in the northeast, it's Groningen. That's where we have, let's say, our natural gas reserves. So it's very much looking into combination with agriculture on, let's say, valorization of organic residues and see how, let's say, value can be created from that. So it is from research to market. So we have programs, a biorefinery program. The top sector approach is there. And we are also looking at upscaling. And for that, we have this bioprocess facility that is available for open innovation. So also for companies from Finland, Norway, or Sweden, or Denmark could also join us here in carrying out experiments. Biorefineries, as mentioned, are an important part of the bioeconomy. And I will show you some examples of, let's say, biorefineries that we have set up in the Netherlands. One is the sugar beet. The sugar beet is the market for sugar beets will be open next year, so no quotum anymore. So farmers can produce more sugar beets, but not just for sugar for eating, but also sugars for chemicals and all kinds of other materials. So coming back to this pyramid that you can see here, there is one company, Kosan in the Netherlands, that can produce also chemicals like beta-cal and also beet soil fertilizers for the soil. So that's increased value coming out of the sugar beet, and in the future they expect that they can grow more sugar beets and also have more yields out of that. Pyrolysis is another example where we use waste materials, and in Hengelo there is this plant. At this moment they are using the oil and burn it in the food industry to produce heat. So that's about 20 million liters per year. But in the future this will also be used for transport fuels and for chemicals production. Then our wastewater treatment plants. So all our wastewater is going to, let's say, a wastewater treatment plant, but from a wastewater treatment plant, they are now moving to an energy plant, or actually to a resource industry. So all these water authorities, they have joined forces, working together here in a program to produce energy. And if you look in the country here in blue, you can see where the energy factor is ready, and the red ones are still under preparation. We're also looking at phosphate. So it's that also some factories are starting already, cellulose and also bioplastics, and this is the first kilogram of bioplastics that is produced from wastewater. So wastewater is not something you have to get rid of, but it has become a resource. And there is no time anymore, but there is also a movie to show you available. Just a little bit more. Grasses are growing on the roadside. What can we do with that? We can use the fibers from the grass, we can extract them and use them, and this is something they do together with Huhtamaki, also a company from Finland, producing paper, and actually they are producing the green egg box. So this is specifically for organic grown eggs, where they produce this egg box. We have Avantium. We've developed a new chemical from the furanics, and that is used to produce a new kind of bottle. It's the new bio bottle for Coca-Cola that will be ready by next year. And finally, this is about, let's say, the photanol that is producing chemicals through algae, and that can be used as for lactic acid. So the result of all this is that we have a lot of projects going on in the Netherlands. Looking at the TRL level, you can see that at this moment, most of it is still in applied research. We are moving slowly to the market, and This takes some time. When you look in the market, you can see that the biomass use actually increased over the last year. The bottom part, the blue part, has gone down a little bit. That's the biomass we use for housing. But the yellow part has gone up. This is the production of biofuels. And actually, it's a Finnish company, Neste Oil, that really has contributed to the production of biofuels in the Netherlands. We use it for bioenergy in a lot of different areas, and of course, also for products. But let's say the dissemination, utilization of biomass for products, it's going slow. These are the coffee cups made from bio-based products, and actually I would suggest to use more of these bio-based coffee cups so that we can use that in our offices. And that's where governments can play a role, and this is called bio-based procurement. This is creating the market for bio-based products, and that's something we can have to work on more. So to conclude, the bioeconomy can grow. It can grow in a sustainable way. It means growing, let's say, biomass in let's say, smart agriculture, forestry. It's an integrated approach to using the biomass in biorefineries. It's a level playing field between energy and biomass applications. It is there, and I hope that we all can work together on realizing these, let's say, new applications of biomass in the bioeconomy. So from the Netherlands, we are ready to collaborate with you. So if you have any idea, then please come to me after the meeting. Thank you very much for your attention.
Danke wel, Kees. And in the interest of time, we'll save our questions for a little bit and then put you in one of those chairs, and meanwhile move on to Germany, where Hans Koppel is here. He's the head of unit for the foreign policy aspects of Energiewende at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Hans, herzlich willkommen.
Good day, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, even though I was expecting some snow, and I'm very deceived. And I heard we're a week too late. So yes, my name is Hans Köppel. I run a unit in the Foreign Office, so I'm a diplomat in Germany, in Berlin. And we are working on the foreign policy aspects of the Energiewende, the energy transition, which is also part of, it actually literally means turnaround, which is actually quite significant. But in English, of course, we tend to say more often than energy transition. Interestingly enough, the word Energiewende is used quite frequently also by Anglo-Saxon speakers like President Obama and others as an example for what you can do, because we really look into turning around our entire energy supply, and with this our societal output. I will mainly focus on energy this time, so I think it will be a bit different to my predecessors here on this podium, but I think it might be interesting as well, because it was mentioned that indeed in the northern region, your grid and your cooperation in this field is quite extensive already, and we think it's part of what you can do in Europe and what we do in Germany. So my predecessor talked about the trias. Our trias in Germany is security of energy supply, together with to keep energy affordable, and of course it has to be environmentally sound energy. So you see even our Dutch neighbors, they have a little bit of a different energy trias. This is ours. We have 5 main reasons. One of the reasons, of course, which is always mentioned, is that there's a very popular demand for exiting nuclear power by 2022, which we will do. Everything is ready to do so. But nowadays, this was maybe the initial part which came up in the public debates in Germany. But nowadays, when we look at the Energiewende, energy transition, and I think this is important also, or interesting to Nordic countries, we do see it as an engine for development, new technologies, sources of growth and employment, and I will come back to what we have done in the past. But we also see that we think the Energiewende shows very well that you can decouple growth from CO2 emissions. We have done this over the last 3-4 years. So you can definitely see that you can be, as a highly industrial, bigger country, to move into a more sustainable way of production. Yes, as it was mentioned before, in some of the countries here as well, it is important to reduce the dependency on external imports. We also believe from a foreign policy aspect that if you it is actually reducing international conflicts if you have more domestic sources and renewables because you're not dependent on transfer. But this is still open to debates. We do believe it reduces geopolitics in the energy sector as well. Of course, climate is an important thing, and of course after Paris and Marrakesh we are working on this, and it's part of the strategy. We base our actions, and we've heard this today as well, increasingly we started with renewable energy in 2000. There was the first initiative with the feed-in tariff in 2000, which most people believe we actually switched after Fukushima, but it is much older. We started in the year 2000 to start to incentivize to move into renewables. And increasingly what we focus now, and we talk about energy efficiency first. So nowadays, if we would do this slide again, we would put energy efficiency on the other side, because we believe that we can save there. There's a huge potential which we can look, and we have a national plan how to move forward on these aspects. What are our fields of action? This is the market and the system. We believe we have to make renewables fit for the market, but we also have to make the market fit for renewables. That means, of course, we have to adapt our grids. We have to cooperate closer with our neighbors. As you see down on the bottom, we integrate this entirely within the 2030 targets of the European Union, and we do work together with our neighbors in some of the Nordic countries. We currently built, with the Norwegians, we built a link, the Northern Link, which is actually an electric link, so this Norwegian hydropower serves as a storage facility for our renewable wind and solar power. We have a similar setup with Sweden, and of course with Denmark. Actually, I think it is quite interesting in this area. We have the first time with Denmark a common auction. Both countries auction off the different for renewable energy, and so the Danes and the Germans open it up in a pilot. So wherever the cheapest outcome will win the tender, and then the energy plant will be set up in either Germany or Denmark, produced for the other country. So we see this is something we should move on. This is a first pilot, but in the long run we want to have 5% of our energy production done by bilateral agreements in our neighboring countries. Of course, energy research and development is very strong, because as you all know, storage is still a problem, and other areas where we can improve it heavily. Just a short aperçu of our targets. You see on the right, left-hand side, no, for you on the right-hand side, 2050, these are our targets. The reduction of the greenhouse gases to up to 80% the reduction. We are now at 2016 over 30. Then the renewable energy is currently, we moved up to 32% of our entire energy production is now actually in 2016, it's at 33.4. So you see here we are actually almost above target. And we are also, you see the energy efficiency where you want to go down. The green stripe is always where we are in 2005. So the baseline is we are very much on track. What we have very ambitious goals, and I think the 33.4% in 2016 on our energy production, not the primary energy production, but the energy production as such, for a large country like ours is quite unique right now, considering that we don't have hydropower, or very little hydropower. Of course, Norway and other countries have a large amount of that. What I said, we are on track, and I think this is important. If you think about what we discussed today, is that you have to tackle all the different elements at the same time, and that's part of our planning, where you can see legislative, the German part, together with the coordination within the European and the regional cooperation. One has to really work very hard and change a huge amount of laws and different elements of the market. And we have, for that, we started, we had a green book on the energy market, and then we introduced a white book on the energy market, which is actually available in English as well, and which actually prescribes quite a lot the different possibilities of what we discussed. Germany has, interestingly maybe for you, has chosen to have what we call Energy Market 2.0, meaning we will try to feed in 80% renewables into our grid without a capacity market. Other European countries have chosen another way. If you want to do this, of course, as you see, you have to adapt, as I said before, also not only the renewables to the market, but also the market for the renewables and, of course, the different systems. We have, right now, we have changed. We adapted them because we had we have currently an overcapacity of energy production in Germany. Renewables were very profitable due to a feed-in tariff. We had a very rapid rise of renewables, which posed some stress in the grids and made the cost go up. So we had a revision. So we now, for the new projects, we stopped the feed-in tariff. We go into tendering. As I mentioned before, we also look into tendering together with our European neighbors and electricity neighbors. The guidelines is to have it very cost-effective and efficient, and of course to have a fair chance for all the stakeholders. And I will come back later to this, because one part of, and I think it fits very good into this subject as well, is we have a very democratic part of the Energiewende, which means today there are a large amount of Germans who are actually prosumers who consume and produce energy. And we want to keep them in the market. We are not technology neutral. Mostly is wind on and offshore. It's photovoltaic and to some extent still biomass, while the potential of biomass in Germany is not as big as in some of the countries I heard here. Yeah, you can see the different sizes of auctions. So we will, the level of megawatt plants is adapted to our targets, so we can actually plan easier the increase of renewables in the net, which gives us a higher security also on the grid. Brand new, last week presented in Marrakesh and decided last week by our cabinet is our climate action plan. I think it is important to mention it's one of the first climate action plans up to 2050. And here you just see a little split out which different sectors of the German industry and society will have to contribute to keep our climate targets, which we brought into Paris, so we can fulfill them. You might have read it was quite controversial in different sectors, and one of the sectors was the agriculture sector, because it does contribute quite tremendously to the CO2 emissions in Germany, but we have to see how this is. So this is last week's decision, will then go to Parliament. Now I wanted to focus a little bit more on the benefits. We believe, because this is increasingly the driver, the exit out of nuclear, I think, is anticipated, and these benefits of our energy transition made them, on the last poll, 93% of German citizens believe this is the most important policy we have, and even 95% of Germans believe that we should even focus more. So despite, you might read in the newspapers, we discuss very strongly inside of Germany and often quite intense how to move forward, but the energy transition as such is a large popular consensus, and I think that is part of the idea why this is actually possible, because the large majority of the population is behind it. And why? Because they see the benefits. So we reduced the cost of energy imports through energy efficiency and renewable sources. Just in 2014 was over 30 billion euros. So you can see we do rely, of course, particularly on gas from the Netherlands, Norway, and Russia, but we do decrease the dependency. And the benefits of jobs created in the last years was 355,000, which clearly shows that it is a technology, a high technology, high tech sector, which is very close to the very industrialized base of Germany. So it is all the mechanics and tech companies who actually start to refocus on the renewable sector and can use their know-how there. Here's a split up how you can see where in different fields where the jobs were created, particularly in wind energy, photovoltaic. There was a larger employment in the past, but of course some of the market was lost to foreign competitors who produce solar panels just much cheaper than you can produce them in Germany. I think what is important, and this is increasingly what we look into it, and I think it is something also the Nordic countries looking into it, and it was said before, if you invest today into the energy sector, which is still one key sector if you want to move into a sustainable economy, everything you invest today will determine your energy policy in the next 40 to 50 years. And to channel the investment funds into the right areas where so to be affordable and sustainable is I think, the big challenge for all of us. And you can see that, for example, this is quite a significant number if you think about it, that in Germany had enough power production capacity before we entered even renewables. There you see a split up, of course, where in different areas. As I said before, we will focus in the future on the wind energy on and offshore. Mostly is still onshore, but offshore becomes increasingly attractive, and photovoltaic, and then biomass. The other three, there's not that much potential anymore due to the geologic or geographic position. I was asked a little bit to look into the different regions. I think this is very particular, that you have, and I mentioned it before, that you have a large public acceptance because you have this citizen involvement, and you see that today over 800,000 people are producing in Germany energy. We used to have 4 big utilities which had to restructure today. Maybe you've read it. Finland has felt some of the restructuring that E.ON, for example, restructured and left some of your nuclear power plant projects. I think this is very important. It is a democratization of energy production, which is very important in any kind of energy transition. We have increasingly 100% renewable regions in Germany. That's their targets. There's 153 regions in Germany which are aimed. They give their own goals. So as we are a very federal country, the federal the federal level decides on the overall national targets, which then will be cut down on the state level and then in the communities and regions. And here you can see that right now they are covering a fourth of all German citizens will live in regions which have the target to become 100% renewable. If you need more information, we are also on the actors in Germany. Particularly, I thought it would be useful for this circle here. We published a booklet on all the different actors, or the main actors and stakeholders in the energy transition in Germany, which also, of course, are more than happy to cooperate with you on different aspects, transborder and transnationally, which if they probably do already, you can look them up. It's online, but we can also send you a hard copy. Thank you very much.
Danke sehr, Hans, and let me invite you and Kees directly to the chairs here. That's fine, I'll stand. I'll stand behind you like a hawk. And so there's also going to be microphones in case you have direct questions. Let's use this advantage that we have you both with us. And I want to ask you a few questions of my own first. One thing that I noticed in both of your presentations were that none of you are technology neutral. We had very specific, including you went all the way down to the specific sugar beet, and you have specific incentives for different kinds of renewables. And in the Swedish, and I think in all of the Nordic discussions, we always hear that politics and policy should be technology neutral. Why not?
Well,
yes. Sorry. We used to be,
Okay, we were never completely technology neutral because one of the driver was, of course, we wanted to exit nuclear power. That was always a given. Otherwise, when we started feed-in tariffs in 2000, it was, besides nuclear, it was energy technology neutral. You could build whatever plant you wanted and then feed it into the grid as long as it was renewable. And Germany does not consider nuclear renewable and not clean, but we would use it as sustainable and then exclude it. Everything we saw over the period since 2000 until 2014, when we first reformed the system, that basically the biggest chance, the biggest success were in these three areas, particularly in wind, on and offshore, and in photovoltaic. And biomass, was already successful. We are around about 8-9% biomass, and we believe there's maybe 1 or 2 or 3% more as a potential, but then there will be, we would have to start importing biomass, which would be, of course, not in the aim. So that's why then with 2014, the reform, we said, okay, then let's focus on the wind and photovoltaic and to some extent biomass.
And in the Dutch case?
Yes, so in the Dutch case, let's say for bio-based applications, we are, let's say, technology neutral. So that I mentioned the sugar beet, it was more as an example, because it's a crop where you can produce a lot per hectare, and so farmers see this as an interesting opportunity. So it's technology neutral. When we look at renewable energy, our support system is also technology neutral. So we also have a tendering system where we have auctions, and where actually solar competes with wind and competes with biomass for the same budget. And our minister will choose the cheapest options first. So that's how we go through the system. So we will also always support the cheapest options first. And wind, solar, and biomass, they compete with each other. So we really try to implement it that way. But of course, as you mentioned, there are certain limitations coming from other areas, so not just financially. For example, for wind on land, it is cheaper, but it's difficult because of the public to realize these projects. Wind on sea, it's more expensive, but of course, but that's, you have the space, but that is more expensive. So it's always these, let's say, different trade-offs that are there, and that shape the markets for these renewable energies.
Let me challenge both of you on your answers. First you, and you get the chance in a second. First you, because a lot of your presentation was about this cascading, that it's good if it's first a table and then it's a biofuel, which is not at all technology neutral. You prefer it to be a table, you don't care about the climate impact, but you care about what it was before. Why?
Because we want to, let's say, get most of the value out of the material. So I would not say that we prescribe it, that it has to happen that way, but it should be let's say an automatic, let's say, follow-up of the economic system. Yeah, so that, let's say, the waste materials are available at a lower price than let's say the virgin material. So that's why you use them for a second time, maybe for let's say board material, or you burn it for energy. So it's really to create the highest value out of the biomass. That's why I'm saying cascading is important. It's the biorefinery approach. It's cascading in time, and that results or leads to cascading in value. So it's an economic principle.
And in the German case, it was hard. I don't think we all managed to go through all the parts of your wonderful chart there, which just shows that people who think that the Energiewende was decided on a whim, they're so wrong. This is very well planned. But one little tiny thing that I'd like to ask you about is, when it says gas, is that renewable, or are you moving towards natural gas, which is often claimed?
You saw gas there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the aim is very clear that we are looking for an energy market entirely renewable without gas. Mm-hmm. But we know that for the part there's kind of a bridging technology which has to be there, and then gas is of course preferable to other means.
How do you make sure that that bridge is short?
Well, we try to make it through the incentive scheme, targeting the different fields, which I forgot to say is, of course, you have no problems in Germany to also work in geothermal or something. You just don't get an incentive scheme. You know, you can still, it's a free market of energy. You can set it up as you want.
Let me ask the audience here, how many have somehow invested in solar panels, either on your own or in your municipality or in your work? That's, yeah, there's some slow hands here, but we are reaching something approaching to 20%, and the reason you did that is to a large degree thanks to what you did with Energiewende. If you got the price of solar down for the rest of us, and the whole world is thankful, I want you to know that. But I'm worried also that maybe you paid too much. How do you know, because you had the very long-term stable arrangements, does that mean that you end up paying too much and the rest of us reaping the benefits?
No, I think, I mean, first of all, you know, it was a domestic-driven, it was a feed-in tariff over 20 years. It was guaranteed, and as you can see, 800,000 different households or utilities profited of it. The customer, you know, the German customer was ready to pay for it, and I think, and he continues to be ready to pay, despite, of course, that everybody wants to have cheap energy prices. No, I think it was an internal decision, and we're very happy that the prices fell so dramatically that today it can have an added value in the fight against climate change.
We at Forest, the think tank that I run, we published a report about Energiewende, and we're very far from the only one. So many did, and I'm sure that also you, when you set up your system, you looked at what you liked and wanted to copy from Energiewende and what you found that you could perhaps improve on. What's your view on the Energiewende?
So indeed, in the Energiewende, so the EEG in the past, let's say you used, a fixed tariff for all the different technologies, and so they were guaranteed for 20 years. So that indeed made it costly. So we are also using a feed-in tariff nowadays, but we are, making this available through auctions. So that's why we can come to lower prices. So we think that's more cost efficient. But guaranteeing, a price for a certain amount of years, that's really something that is required in order to realize the market and have investments. And because this was always one of the main complaints also in the Netherlands from people who develop renewable energy projects, that they could not, trust the government because of elections, changes, and so on. So they need a stable environment so that they can invest in this. And that's realized through this, feed-in tariff that we have through the auctions.
Thank you. Let's have a few questions. We'll have a few in a row. We'll take yours and then move straight to the next. Yes.
You both mentioned about biomass, of course, because it's important for transport fuels and commodity chemicals to produce whatever to replace fossil fuels. What do you do in your countries? Because biomass is not endless. You mentioned that you can use it up to 14% or something, and in Netherlands it's also. Have you already gone to the new technologies, for example, synthetic biology using C1 raw materials to make these things without biomass? I saw photanol you mentioned, and that is was a nice example, but do you have this kind of more advanced plans in your countries?
Thank you. We'll keep that in mind, and we'll take two more questions, one down there and then to the other side of the aisle.
Hello, my name is Nella Barents. I'm from Arizona Chemical. It's a world's largest pine chemical company, and I hear a lot of discussion on bioeconomy around energy. But I think as a chemical company, biochemical company, we are curious to see, do you see bioeconomy more than an energy? Do you see it to be bio-based products or chemicals? And if you see, how do you see creating, from a governmental perspective, a level playing field when you can make a lot of things for the bioeconomy from the same materials? It could be fuels, it could be chemicals, it could be materials. How could the governments create a level playing field so we ultimately get this sustainable bioeconomy?
Great question. We'll have a third one and then we'll take the answers.
Hello, my name is Anna Sörensson from the city of Östersund. I wonder if the transportation sector is included in this region with 100% RES.
We start with the last one because that was clearly directed to one of you, and then the other two with to both of you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Even the Energiewende, of course, includes transport as well, and it's part of, as you see at the climate protection plan. But in the communities, it is not included as such 100%, because it is aimed first of all at the energy sector.
Great, and then we can move straight on to the question about synthetic fuels and also a more level playing field for all kinds of the bioenergy, of the bioeconomy, sorry.
Yeah, and yes, there is a limit for biomass potential. In Germany, the biofuels are politically not always easy. So there's only a limited amount. The government set a limited amount can go into biofuels. You saw the cascade. We kind of, I have the feeling, stop it at the food part level. And yes, there's a lot of research going on, but I think we're not as, to my knowledge, we don't have anything comparable now, even though there is a large sums of research going in this area as well.
Yeah. Okay, so starting with the, let's say, the resource side and how to expand it. So from the IEA Bioenergy together with ARENA, we have been looking at, let's say, the biomass resources. And what we see is that when you, let's say, what we are using at this moment in the world, it is about 50 exajoules. It's equivalent to energy. It's about 50 exajoule. But it's not used very efficiently. So that's the first thing. A lot of the resource can be used more efficiently. And we can produce also more biomass, as I mentioned. There are a lot of unused lands, or there is forests that can be better cultivated, agricultural land that can be better cultivated. So we could double, yes, we could double the amount of biomass. But then we come to limits, and then we have to look, of course, also for other resources. And then the aquatic biomass, or like synthetic biology, they come into the picture. And so a lot of experiments are going on in that area, but you have to keep in mind that it is also, it's more expensive. Yeah? So what a plant or a tree does in nature, it's a cheaper way of producing biomass than when you produce the same chemicals, yes, in synthetic biology. Yeah, so that's, of course, when you can be competitive, yes, let's do it. It's a free market. So that's let's say, that's the way I see it. Yeah, so first try to use, let's say, what is available, and then, of course, add to that the synthetic biology. Then, of course, for which market are we producing? So that I'm coming to the question from the lady from the Arizona company. Indeed, as I mentioned in my presentation, we are looking for, let's say, valorization of biomass. So this is about products, chemicals, and energy, and it's in this sequence and also in this combination. And the way we can stimulate that is to have one level playing field for all these applications. And that means that we have to reward them by the, let's say, the CO2 or the carbon that they reduce. So at this moment, for example, in Germany through the Energiewende, or in the Netherlands through our support system, we're only supporting renewable electricity. We are not supporting bio-based materials or chemicals because they are reducing CO2. So that's something we have to change in the system. That they are also rewarded, and they are rewarded in an equal way, and then it's a level playing field for bio-based material applications and also for energy applications. So that's the proposal, and we have to see that we can build this into, let's say, the new energy directive that's coming forward from the European Commission.
We have time for one more question, and preferably from this side, because we've had all the questions from you guys so far. And then we're curious, yeah. That's maybe the closer you are to the door, you want to be fast to leave so you can go out and your contacts and make the business. Well, otherwise, let me wrap up by asking you. So you made your 2050 plan, which I was also there in Marrakesh, very impressive, and Sweden and a few other countries also did. The US, we'll see what that's worth. And you also made up at least medium-term targets. But in the near term, within this election period or before we meet the next time, what are the most important steps that you're going to take?
Well, we have elections next September. You can see already you know, Angela Merkel has just re-entered the race for a fourth term. In her program, at least, the Energiewende is such that it is not in the forefront of her program, but because it is just such it's an ingrained element now on public policy. She wants to follow up. We want to move with the auctions, very similar, into the market, so that eventually renewables can enter freely the market without incentive scheme. And this is where we will follow up. I have seen no difference. Even we have a grand coalition right now, and all parties in parliament support this. So there's this big, strong popular support. The parties support it. So I don't see much difference than to follow the existing plans right now. I don't think it will be a big debate in the election campaign. I think there's a large societal consensus on it.
Yes?
So in the Netherlands, we will follow, let's say, what has been agreed on the Renewable Energy Directive. So that's 14% renewables in the year 2020. But we also have an agreement to achieve 16% in the year 2023. And our, let's say, government is committed to let's say, follow that agreement. But what I see as a new element is that, let's say, so the bio-based chemicals and materials, they get an increased attention because there is quite a pressure from, let's say, industry also to produce these new chemicals and open up this new market and also get a reward for that. So I think that's really, let's say, something new that's coming up, and I still have to see, let's say, how our political parties will pick that up, because we have election already in March next year. So also for us, it's a question, what's going to happen after that, and what will then be the new policy.
Kees and Hans, thank you ever so much for sharing these experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to roll up our sleeves and become more active and interactive and start delivering on what we heard this morning. And also, you're going to tell us all about how that's going to happen.
Yes.
And when you welcome Åsa Hildestam, give her an extra warm applause, because she is one of the key organizers of this whole event.
Thank you very much. I wanted to take the moment, well, there are so many more people to thank for this, for the event, but actually I want us, first of all, now to give a big hand to Matthias Goldman, who took us through the day so far, and he will be also actually moderating one of the parallel sessions coming up soon, and then he has to leave us before we finalize the program today. So I take the moment now to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Exactly. Lots of thank yous. We would also be very thankful if you now take the moment to mix and mingle and meet some of these fantastic speakers we have here, some of the Nordic projects, organizations, and also the different businesses, solutions, regions, cities that are here today. Because now we come to the part where we serve coffee and some sweets just outside here. And we have tables set up, the stand-up tables here in the room with the Nordic projects and Nordic organizations, and then just outside a mix of tables.
Yeah, it's nicer if you just gather around this corner so we get a better atmosphere with the people.
Please, if you are far there, please come closer.
Yeah. It's nicer so we don't have to shout.
So let's get started for the afternoon part and parallel sessions. And this session is about towards a Nordic bioeconomy. And we run this in two parts. First part will be more for the national approaches, but we are gliding into regional solutions and approaches. And the second part will then be of regional approaches. And it should be a bit more informal than the morning sessions, so we can be intervened, but we will run short presentations for the first group and then to be and he will present himself. He will be co-moderating this with me. Okay.
Hi everyone. Are we awake? Got your coffee, chocolate, full of energy? Fantastic. My name is Geir Oddsson and I'm a senior advisor at the Nordic Council of Ministers Secretariat in Copenhagen. And I am responsible for the policy area of fisheries and aquaculture. But more importantly, in this venue, I'm also responsible for the bioeconomy as a policy area in Nordic cooperation and in the Baltic Sea strategy of the European Union. So some of the things that we are going to be talking about here have an overlap also with what the European Union is doing. And I think it demonstrates what we've heard several times today, that there is a demand from outside for Nordic solutions within the bioeconomy. And that demand, we will also see from the presentations here today, is also internal from the countries and from the regions and locally, from the local communities. I picked up on one thing that was said here today, and I hope you also remember it, but I'll remind you. Annika Rosing, when she was talking about the Green Growth Initiative, she said at least 10% of the Nordic economies are bioeconomies. I recently saw a tweet from Eero Mikkola, who's one of the speakers here, about the Finnish bioeconomy and the economic importance of the Finnish bioeconomy for Finland, and it was considerably more than 10%. And if you look at some of the outer lying regions and in the Nordic countries, the bioeconomy is the economy. There is pretty much nothing else. 97% of export earnings in the Faroe Islands is the bioeconomy. So we have the economic incentive to work on the bioeconomy as a policy area and to increase the value in every sense of the term, the benefit, I should say, in every sense of the term, not only the economic benefit, but also the social and environmental benefit. We've heard a little bit about the Nordic region being a leader within green growth and the bioeconomy. I want to challenge you and ask you if that is true. Is the Nordic region really a leader within the bioeconomy? I would contend that the Nordic region was actually a little bit late to the table. We heard from Germany and from Holland, from the Netherlands, sorry, that, that they've been working on the bioeconomy for a very long time. But what does that mean for the Nordic region and for the Nordic countries? I think it means, I think we can use it as a positive incentive for the development of our bioeconomies. We can steer away from some of the pitfalls and thresholds that already have been addressed in other countries. And we can focus on other things, on especially things like value throughout the value chain, which we will most certainly hear more about. In our session today, we will be focusing on the national level and the regional and local level. And I think it's important for us to think throughout the session about what are the commonalities between these different cases, the different countries, the different areas that we are looking at. And I think there is definitely, I believe, I'm convinced that there is a Nordic added value in the bioeconomy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be investing so much in the bioeconomy in the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic cooperation. Well, I will leave it at that for now. And I am personally looking very much forward to seeing the national and regional examples that we will be hearing for inspiration and for example. So with that, I welcome you and thank you very much for coming.
Thanks a lot, Geir. And let's move to session part and presentations. And let me introduce the first speaker, Hordur Kristinsson from Mattis, Iceland. And Hordur is Chief Science Innovation Officer at Mattis, and I'm sure he will say some words about Mattis too. And besides that, he's the chairman of the Nordic Bioeconomy Panel. Please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all? Good. Well, I only have 10 minutes, so I can't say much about Mattis, but we're a research and development company in Iceland owned by the government, about 110 people, and we really operate around the bioeconomy. You know, food and biotech is really our core business. But it's great to be here today. Unfortunately, I have to leave around 4, so I hope we can get this panel done on time, around 4:10 maybe. But we wanted to give you a little overview of the Nordic Bioeconomy Panel and what our plans are for the future, and I chair this panel. So the first question is, why do we have a bioeconomy panel, a Nordic common bioeconomy panel? And it all started with NORDBIO, which is a 3-year program initiated under the Icelandic chairmanship of the Nordic Councils of Ministers in 2014. And in the original mandate of NORDBIO, it was decided to establish a Nordic Policy and Strategy Forum for the Nordic bioeconomy, which is what we call the Nordic Bioeconomy Panel. And this is a formal policy and strategy forum set by the Ministers of Cooperation. This happened in May 2015. And it's appointed for 2 years until the end of 2017 with the possibility of an extension. And what we expect to do through the Bioeconomy Panel is to stimulate and coordinate the Nordic cooperation on the bioeconomy policy area, as well as expanding the international cooperation on the bioeconomy. So the work of the panel should be seen in context of the work of other relevant bioeconomy policy advisory bodies inside and outside the region. So we're not replacing any national policies. This is in addition and also facilitating getting things done on both national and a regional level in the Scandinavian countries. So we're a diverse group of people. We have members from each of the Scandinavian countries. We met a few times. And then we also have Nordic representatives from the past and the current European Bioeconomy Panel. And then we also invite people from different bodies, both academia, industry, government, and institutes. So it's a very diverse groups that's putting together this particular strategy. So our main job really, I'm actually going to come to the main job a little bit later because I'm going to skip this slide because of time constraints. But what we're really aiming at is we want to increase food security in the Scandinavian countries and globally as well. We're not just thinking Scandinavia. We want sustainable resource management, and we want to reduce waste. We want to reduce dependency on, of course, non-renewable resources, the fossil fuels, which is the basis, the original basis of the bioeconomy. We want to tackle climate change. We want to improve the health and well-being of our citizens. We, of course, want to create more jobs and economic growth, and we're also thinking this in the regional level. We want to strengthen the regions. We want to maintain and improve the competitiveness of the Nordic countries, and we want to create new sustainable and profitable product services and develop new markets for the Norwegian for the Nordic countries. And then we also want to enhance research and innovation when it comes to the bioeconomy. And we've actually already, if you look at various different programs that we had in Scandinavia, there's already been invested about 43 million, or over 43 million euros in various different bioeconomy-related programs. But we need much, much more. We need to bring in private investments, and we really need to involve industry as well, much more than we're doing currently. So the aim of the Nordic Bioeconomy Initiative is quite simple. It's sustainable production and use of natural resources, and also a cross-sectorial and systematic approach with a basis in the circular economy. And these are really the hallmarks of the Nordic Councils of Ministers initiatives within the bioeconomy. So back to the panel, kind of our job and objectives of the panel is to contribute to a sustainable transformation towards the bioeconomy in the Nordic countries, and of course to stimulate innovation in the Nordic countries when it comes to bioeconomy. And we want to explore and expose the potential of the Nordic region to really take a global lead in the field of sustainable production and utilization of bioresources with the goal and purpose of enhancing both the competitiveness and sustainability in the Nordic countries. And we believe this can happen through a joint Nordic bioeconomy strategy by including new cross-sectorial knowledge and by contributing to the Nordic countries and relevant Nordic and international forums regarding innovative thinking and solutions to the challenges of the countries that the countries are facing in relation to the bioeconomy and the green transition. So it's quite a big task, of course. So the way we work at the panel, we have we're actually assigned tasks that are set up in a concrete 2-year project plan. And the aim of the plan is to make a framework how to realize the mandate of the panel in a coherent and efficient way. And we have 4 pillars that link together, the 4 different tasks in the mandate to ensure a transparent and constructive process with valuable outputs. So the first and the most important thing is we're assigned to compose the joint Nordic strategy in the field of bioeconomy. And the strategy should contribute to a sustainable transformation towards the bioeconomy in the Nordic countries from a cross-sectorial approach. And we also want the strategy to influence the international and European agenda on the bioeconomy and support the Nordic region as a whole. And the strategy itself must include initiatives when it comes to agriculture, forestry, fisheries, manufacturing and consumption, but also capture and hunting, which is a little unique maybe for our region. The goal is to then deliver this strategy at the end of 2017. So we hope to have it done in about a year. We also then want to put together what we call the best cases catalog of the Nordic Bioeconomy Initiative. And so these are concrete examples of success stories in the Scandinavian countries. And this is actually our first task, because to put together a new Nordic strategy, it's best done by generating knowledge about the many excellent and inspirational cases that we have in the Nordic countries. And this work is already well on its way, and we're working now on a catalog with 25 excellent Nordic cases, which we'll present at our upcoming stakeholder conference, which will be held in January this year. So we hope this will be an inspirational document for all and helping us really shape the strategy. And then we have a networking role. It's an important role of the panel. We want to, of course, get the message out, not just in Scandinavia, but also to Europe, to the international community. And it's very important also to influence, of course, the policymakers, so we can make something happen in the bioeconomy. And one of our actions is the stakeholder conference, which I told you about on January 19th. And this will involve 75 external stakeholders to prioritize and identify Nordic added value and Nordic potentials and provide insights and input for us so we can develop the strategy. And then we will have an outreach strategy as well, which is important to influence national and local policies, as I said before, in the Nordic countries, as well as internationally and in Europe. So that's a little bit about the panel. Now, I was also told to talk about what we're doing in Iceland. We're actually we just finished a policy for Iceland. So in 2015, the government asked the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture to develop a bioeconomy strategy for Iceland. And the aim was to promote sustainable development in Icelandic industries based on using biological resources in collaboration with the traditional industries like fisheries, agriculture, and food processing. And we put together a special task force, which was led by Matthijs, my institute or company. And the process included a very broad and extensive consultation with many different stakeholders connected to the bioeconomy. And we also looked at the other countries, what they've been doing. So the picture here, which might be difficult to read, it's actually an interactive picture. You can click on each of these boxes and you can get more information about the strategy and what we aim to accomplish. But it breaks down to the blue bioeconomy, very important for Iceland, Icelandic priorities and strength. Then we have international cooperation in new markets. Then we have underutilized resources, interdisciplinary opportunities in that area. Then we have technical development and build-up of human resources. And then regional development and strong infrastructures. And then we have public and private investments, which we think is very important, is to really boost investment in the bioeconomy. And the strategy aims at identifying the opportunities for increased capital gain within all these industries. And as you can imagine, the strategy takes into account the unique position Iceland has when it comes to its geographical position and our reputation in utilizing our rich fishing grounds in a sustainable way and developing an effective and highly technological fishing industry. So it's very blue bioeconomy heavy, but it's also very regional heavy. And now will be in the hands of the new government, which we hope to get in the next few weeks. So it's not published yet, but it's ready, basically. And very briefly, at the end, we do also, you may know of the West Nordic panel. This is a panel between Greenland, Faroes, and Iceland. And really the goal of the panel is to identify common key issues of importance for the West Nordic region. And it has kind of similar themes as the Icelandic policy. So there are a lot of panels and a lot of different policies being made in the different countries because the different regions will have different emphasis and different priorities. So that's briefly for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Right on time. Excellent. Not always on Icelandic hallmark to be right on time, but Hörður is exemplary in this regard. Hörður talked, oh, by the way, we will take the questions at the end, all your burning questions. Write them down, remember them. And we will answer them at the end of this part. Hörður talked a lot about the blue bioeconomy, and funnily enough, I know Eero Mikkola mostly from his role in the Finnish chairmanship project on a Nordic roadmap for the blue bioeconomy. But interestingly enough, he works at Luke, the Finnish, Natural Resources Institute, as a research institute, which is put together of all the different natural resource sector institutes. And he comes from the forestry side, and he's actually a key account manager for forest. So he is selling the Finnish forest expertise to everyone that wants to buy. But you're going to tell us about what Finland is doing with the bioeconomy and the blue bioeconomy, obviously, the blue bioeconomy. So.
Thank you, Geir. And dear colleagues, as Geir informed you, I'm going to tell you briefly of National Development Plan for Blue Bioeconomy in Finland. As we learned this morning, our colleague from Ministry, he informed that we have implemented the bioeconomy strategy, and now we have go further, and now we are on blue bioeconomy. And it has been led, this process, by our ministry, and then my institute, Luke, and Environment Center Finland, Syke, we have been contributing that process. And blue bioeconomy is accounting for the 12% in Finland. It was in 2014, and last year it was already 16 or 18%. We are going further on bioeconomy, and its share of the export it was 22%. Blue bioeconomy, we believe that it refers to business activities based on the sustainable use of living aquatic resources and intelligent competence related to them. And the main characteristic of growth in the blue bioeconomy are market focus, added value, resources efficient, cross-sectional thinking, and promotion of healthy aquatic environment. This health aquatic environment is increasing. And okay, from history, of course, the core of the blue bioeconomy is the fishery. And at the beginning of this year, our government gave us the task or duty to implement this national development plan. And the goal of the strategy, it had two goals: to draw attention to the importance of the growth potential of natural water resources and water know-how, and to create a strategic framework for opening up the growth potential. And of course, when we started this process, we wanted to make some kind of definitions, not too strict, but something that we can agree on. And it's funny when now I have discussed with my Nordic colleagues, we have totally different idea of this blue bioeconomy. Somebody says that it's just something happens on the sea, and in Finland we take account all these water resources. But we say that this blue bioeconomy refers to business based on the water know-how and the sustainable use of renewable natural water resources. And all the ways is the good condition of the water is the foundation of the blue bioeconomy. And achieving and maintaining this supports the development and marketing of blue bioeconomy products and services. Sorry, I think it worked. And when we started the process, we agreed that starting points of drawing up and implementing the development plan, there are four points. And the development of the bioeconomy and society in general, it's really based on the clean water. Without the clean water and water, there is no life. It's really essential to our work. And the natural water resources must be used in wiser and more sustainable manner than today. Even we have a lot of water in Finland and all over the world, we really have to be wiser how we use it. And on account of this, we need to combine know-how from different fields across conventional boundaries. And this plan can be turned into reality with the strong commitment and cooperation of the public and private sectors. And we believe that this kind of, as we have discussed already today this morning, that this kind of cooperation, transparent cooperation it's important in achieve the goals. Okay, this is just the structure of our plan. And now, when we have been preparing this plan, we have seen the growth potential. Business based on water know-how and natural water resources is valued at approximately 8 to 9 billion euro. And these indexable values are huge. Strong growth potential, especially in tourism, water know-how and water technology, and is in the fishing industry also, of course. An increasing demand, particularly for the solution for saving water and energy, for recycling nutrients in different sectors of the bioeconomy and industry, and in community water services. It covers a lot. And Finland's abundant water resources, high quality know-how, and good international reputation lay a strong foundation for sustainable growth and internationalizations. And this is the graphic of our development plan. Our vision is that in 2025, the blue bioeconomy in Finland is the strongly growing sector, and business operations are advancing in harmony with the good conditions of the aquatic environment. And as at the bottom, we can see that we really rely on this good condition of aquatic environment and natural water resources. Without the high quality water, there is no implementation of this development plan. And we have agreed on 4 themes: water-related well-being and services, it's really increasing area; water know-how, expertise and technology, what's something what we have in here in Finland, and we are aiming of course also export to abroad it. And aquatic bioproduction and products, it covers the traditional fishery and fish farming and everything, but of course these new new areas also. And of course, energy and nutrients. And then we have 4 different cross-sectoral strategic objectives. Operating environment, encouraging growth, customer-driven services and multi-sectoral solution. Of course, without customers, we don't have a demand and no development. And efficient research of new partnership models, and of course, this international cooperation. And here are some examples of our blue bioproduction, blue bioeconomy. This is something already exists. We have this kind of closed circulation system, 9 fish farming system, which are the closed recirculation system. They provide 300 tons of the food fish, mainly salmon, and the production value is to 2 million euro. It's very little. It's less than, I think, 2 or 3% of the whole our Finnish fish farming production. But this is something we have been starting, and of course there's a big challenge to get this more profitable. This is very costly process. And this is something which is I like to see, because my background is from forest. And here we can see the 3 different teams. Here are the pulp mill, fish farming, and agriculture. And now we are doing at Luke feasibility study. We have contacted to our pulp mills industry, and we have asked if they could consider to set up the fish farming to connection to pulp mills. And it's nice to discuss, because there are some factory owners that say, no, never. But there are very open-minded colleagues also, and now we are doing, I think, 4 or 5 feasibility studies with the different pulp mills, because they are using water resources, and it would be a very natural way to have this kind of fish farming there. And of course there is something besides which could be used in agriculture also. I believe that this could happen in 5 years' time. And perhaps this is something we can really dream, that everything runs sustainable, and there is no waste, and all fishes are happy and so on. This is we are aiming to achieve. And just picture that this water resources and recreation is very important in Finland. We have different types of both, as you all, and recreation habits. Thank you very much. This was brief of our blue bioeconomy.
Thank you, Eero. Nice illustrations also. I like the boats and canoes. And we move on, and the next speaker will come from Motiva. Motiva is a Finnish organization for sustainable use of energy, and Isa-Maria Bergman will present the Motiva case, and Isa is acting head of unit from Motiva, and I guess we will hear something about procurement issues too. So please, Isa-Maria, the floor is yours.
Is on? You can hear me? Yes? Good. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Isa-Maria Bergman. I come from Motiva, as Jukka told you. And I'm at the moment I have a problem with this. The headphones. Can I just use this one?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about procurement. So now we're taking a step from strategy to actual implementation and to the grassroots level, I would say. As Annika Rosing mentioned in one of the keynote speeches, the Green Growth Initiative of the Nordic Council of Ministers has had one project dealing with public procurement and how you can actually green the markets or make green growth happen through public procurement. And I'm going to just give you a brief insight into what we have been doing in that project. Public procurement is, as you all know, most often mentioned as one of the key enablers or guiding instruments to achieving almost any strategic objectives, whether it's bioeconomy, circular economy, energy, yeah, you name it. It's always there. But I would say that very seldom you actually think about what it really means in practice for all of those people who conduct procurement every day. That's what we have been doing in this project. It's been going on for 1 year now and will end the project by the end of this year. So it's been quite a short term. We've been focusing on two different things. One is the legal framework. I'm sure that all of you know that the legal public procurement directives have been renewed, and there's a challenge in getting them implemented. I won't be talking about that today. But that's one of the issues that we have looked into in this project, because the aim of the Prime Minister initiative was to have common approaches, common standards for public procurement, and you can't have really that without having the legal framework also in place. But the other thing, the other part of the project has been building a network, a Nordic network of procurers to discuss and to exchange experiences, build capacities in how you actually achieve green growth. So we're not only talking about how you put green criteria or sustainability in your procurement, it's actually how you achieve green growth. So it's a bit larger. In the network, which has started small scale, looking at the number of cities, but quite big scale, looking at the investment and procurement budgets of these cities each year. So we have basically the capital area of Finland with Helsinki, Espoo and Vantaa. We have Stockholm, Copenhagen and Oslo. So the capital areas. All in all representing quite impressive buying power. All of them also representing the front runners in sustainable public procurement. And I must say I was myself quite surprised by the fact that they haven't done any kind of capacity building or networking before. So this was really something that was needed. The idea here, of course, is to create markets. That's what green growth is all about, to push the markets. And when you talk about public procurement, it's really a demand-led instrument. So the idea is not for the industry to lead the procurers. The idea is for the procurers to push and lead the market. And and I must say, although I'm working with a lot of different issues at the moment, my passion is in sustainable procurement, so I could go on talking about this for a long time. But you can't really talk about public procurement without identifying what it's actually about. We have a lot of good examples from each country and also from the cities represented in the network on huge investments, for instance, in both bio-based biorefineries or biogas, also in other areas. But that's not enough. That's not enough to make a change in the market, really. It's important, but it's not enough. So you really need to combine those kind of one-time investments, larger investments, with actually looking at what happens in strategic procurement in their everyday life in these cities. And to be honest, for these cities and the procurers involved in the project, it's much more interesting to look at how you can actually affect the whole value chain than to get one supplier who provides you with one particular solution for one place. They really want to push markets also globally, which I think is quite admirable. And that's what we have been doing. We have gone through a number of workshops together with the cities, looking at different themes which we have selected together, how they have actually good examples from each and every one of them. And they have been, some have been big investments, some have been more or less bulk procurement, but all excellent examples on how you have pushed the market. And why it's interesting to look at the region as a whole. It's because although these cities are quite big in themselves, they're not big enough to change the market. So we do need to have to bundle demand and to have more cooperation also transboundary. And for the suppliers, the Nordics is one market. So they are already operating on that level. That's why this is really, really interesting also from a growth perspective. And the idea here, of course, and I think that was one of the ideas of the Prime Ministers on having a standardized approach in public procurement, is that when you do things in a common way, you actually lessen the burden, you reduce the burden, administrative burden for both procurers and the suppliers. So that's also one of the aims here. What we have then done is to, in these workshops, which have been on transport, they have been on services, which is quite a broad theme when you look at the public sector, and the last one was on circular economy. We have looked at where do these cities have common targets, common future objectives. All of them are going to be CO2 neutral in the decades to come. Some of them will, for instance, Oslo will has an ambition to be no waste city. These are the important objectives that we need to get to steer the procurement practices as well. And what are the needs? What are the upcoming procurements that they foresee? And we have tried to matchmake this kind of matrix between the cities to see where actually we could have a more intense cooperation. We have discussed together with the cities, are there possibilities to have a joint market dialogue? Market dialogue is the most crucial thing in a procurement process. It's the one thing that really makes a procurement either succeed or then not to succeed. And they all know that. But in order to change the market, you need to communicate with them in a very early stage. And we have tried to identify also the themes or the areas where the cities could go together and talk with the market and say, hey, in 5 years' time, we're going to invest this and this. What can you provide for us? Could we even go so far as to have a joint procurement? Maybe in the future. And as I said, we have heard a lot of good examples from all of these cities. How can we get these to be multiplied? We invest a lot of also government funding in piloting, in getting sort of good examples, but we have a trouble in getting them multiplied. And this is something that this network really has looked on. How can we get a good example from Stockholm multiplied or used in Helsinki and vice versa? We have worked on a process of making a joint roadmap for the cities. And this is as the project has not ended yet, this is still in the sort of finalizing phase. And this is just to illustrate what kind of issues has actually come up. Annika Rosing actually mentioned in her speech that the cities will go together and procure electric vehicles. That's one idea. It's an area where suppliers are just waiting for somebody to actually demand. And here we have front-runner cities who actually have that need. They want to have fossil-free machinery. And this is something that we do think that we will go on together and at least have a joint market dialogue on. As for bioeconomy, for circular economy, these things are really something which need to be looked at from the angle of the political objectives of the cities. What kind of added value can a bio-based solution give the city? When we find that angle, then I think, do think that they are also ready to proceed in buying or choosing that kind of solutions. I think my time is up. You will, as the project has not ended yet, we will showcase or we will produce a best practices catalog of all of these cases where the procurers or the cities have actually pushed the market and worked with suppliers. So that's still coming up at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa-Maria. I think this is really interesting. We've heard, it was not only Annika Rosing, but there were more people that were talking about public procurement. And we believe in the Nordic cooperation that public procurement has a potential to be a driver for change. I should mention that there is, in its infancy, cooperation between Nordic cities on food and cities, sustainable food production systems, which is definitely a part of the bioeconomy, incredibly important work where public procurement, of course, is really important. Our last speaker in this part of the show is Per Hedberg. He comes from the Swedish Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, and he has the enviable job of making sure that Sweden changes to a bio-based economy. Well,
it's a light burden to carry, right?
So please tell us how that is going to happen.
I will do that. Thanks a lot for that. And I do not have any fancy slides like the Germans or anything, because I will mostly talk about the agenda that we talked or was presented earlier today, which is not yet introduced or not yet sort of decision. So everything that I say today comes with the prefix of most likely and hopefully. So bear that in mind, because I will not keep on repeating that. The first thing that you hear as a Swede coming to these kind of seminars or events is that Sweden does not have a national strategy for a bioeconomy, which is a huge sort of disadvantage for Sweden, and that's a pity. But I will address that in the end. However, I think that when we talk about bioeconomy in Sweden, we put that into several of the different programs and initiatives that the government is already launching. And I will today talk about the initiatives and the programs that has been launched from the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation in Sweden, where I work at the Department of Business, where I mostly work with issues related to forest industry and also to chemical industry, but then I'm also then the project manager for this agenda for bio-based economies. Examples of these kind of programs or initiatives that the Swedish government has already launched is, for example, the strategy for the smart industry, in which a part of that is sustainable production, which addresses the issues of bioeconomy. Another example, which is more sort of clear, is within the National Forest Program, which is currently being developed and taken to Parliament during the spring of 2017, and would also end up in an action plan. And that's obviously very closely linked to the bioeconomy from the forest sector side, at least. And then newly introduced by the government of Sweden is also the innovation partnership programs, which is 5 programs which is sort of done in a broad dialogue together with stakeholders in the society and governments. And one of these ones is the bio-based and circular economy, which is also then clearly addressing the issue or the topic of this event. If we then come to what we call the agenda, I need to make a correction from this morning as well, because it was said that it was an agenda for the bio-based and the circular economy, which is not true. It's only an agenda for the bio-based economy. So we have sort of scoped it in that way. Otherwise, the scope of this agenda is quite similar to what we heard from the Finnish people earlier, that we are addressing the green, the yellow, the blue, and the red parts of the bioeconomy. So it's sort of a holistic approach to the bioeconomy, but it's done from the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation. So it's sort of scoped towards our ministry, even though the work is being done together with the Ministry of Environmental and so on, and everything will be sort of packed as a product from the Swedish government. It is not launched yet, but we'll hopefully launch it very soon, because this needs to sort of interlink with the innovation partnership programs that I just mentioned. So hopefully the first phase of this agenda will be launched during this winter, most likely then after New Year's, but not too late though. And to set the base for the bio-based economy in Sweden, or the bioeconomy, we asked the Bureau of Statistics, or National Statistics in Sweden, to make an analysis of how big is the Swedish bioeconomy, and sort of to get their views on that. And we found out that the Swedish bioeconomy was 11.7% in terms of turnover, so we're at least over this 10% that is sort of keep on being mentioned as sort of the baseline for how big a bioeconomy should be. So that's good. I think if you read into that report that came out from the statistics in terms of bioeconomy in Sweden, you could also see that then we had to make a definition of what is the bioeconomy and how big is the share of the different economical sectors in Sweden. And if you then start to compare that analysis to what Sweden has been, or Finland has been doing, and maybe some other countries, you will quite soon find out that they are sort of clearly aligning with each other, which is also sort of a tactical decision maybe then from the government side, that we should try to align the different agendas/strategies within the different nations in the Nordics to each other, so that we could sort of speak with a common voice in terms of how we see the bioeconomy or the bio-based economy from a Nordic perspective, and maybe then towards EU in terms of forest-related issues and challenges and so on. Elsewise in this, or what we will hopefully see in this agenda, is that we will see then obviously a clear definition of what is the bioeconomy in Sweden. We will see hopefully then a vision for what the Swedish government aims to achieve within the bioeconomy. We will have the vision, we will have a goal, and we could then also then base upon the statistical analysis that we have already done, we could also then set indicators of how to follow the development of the bioeconomy in Sweden. And then obviously then also a sort of a general description about the challenges and the prerequisites for a bioeconomy in Sweden. So when you see that list of content for our agenda, you can see that it's very clearly interlinking or sort of correlating to the strategy that Finland is already presented in 2014. So I think that's really setting the scene then. So from that perspective, I think that our agenda will hopefully then address the need for a strategy and sort of pointing the direction of where the Swedish government want to take the bioeconomy in the future. And this will be wrapped up in the first phase, which we call the strategy phase, which is basically where we have done our homework and we have done these base things. And then we will come back with a concrete action plan based on this initial sort of strategy work. So hopefully then in the future we will be able to say that Sweden maybe not has a strategy for the bioeconomy, but we at least have an agenda that is very similar to the other Nordic countries. Thank you.
Please stay here. We will organize a couple of chairs. thought so that we will first give the floor to Kaisu to react on the speeches with a couple of questions, and then we will run questions and answers. And I think we start with Kaisu. That's you can choose. Okay, so then we have the. How did you feel the presentations and what is your first question?
Thanks a lot for the presentation. Before going, okay. Normally my voice is enough also without these machines. But first of all, I would like to thank NORDRGIO and all the team for the work during all these 4 years, what we have been doing, and especially our secretary Jukka Teräs. So this has been always a joy to join our working group and so on. But then coming to this question, so Hordur was talking about the Nordic Bioeconomy Panel and saying what the tasks you will have, and then one of those things you were talking about collecting on best cases. I hope you will find our 50 Shades of Green green book, which has been published this year, and which already has 50 cases from a Nordic region. So hope you have a use of that. And then Eero Mikkola, you were talking about the blue bioeconomy. 12% of the Finnish GDP is coming from bioeconomy in general, but then blue bioeconomy is certainly just at the moment smaller part of that. And then Isa-Maria was talking about public procurement. I'll come back to the question, but of course, when talking about public procurement, so it is not only like now talking about buying. It's a very good example, but these machines using bio-based oils and so on. So that is certainly fine. But then all those substance-based. So how do you buy bio-based substances, and what can be done on that side? Then, of course, it's very nice that once in the lifetime the Sweden can utilize something what we have been doing in Finland. So very nice that way. But to the question, so my main question here, or what I was thinking now, is about value creation. And then not only about value creation, but also value sharing. When we are talking about bioeconomy, so then we are always talking about somebody taking care of the biomass and then transporting it, and then different organizations utilizing. And so there is value creation is normally counted only or is counted when you have the final products. I'm coming from the private sector where I am back already today, so this is why my approach is coming from these practical reasons. So along those chains, along the value chain, so you have to be able to share the value for each operator there, and so the value created, it has to be shared. And then of course, in each phase, there are also costs. Costs are created, and of course, then the cost have to be then shared also, so that each of these operators are able to stay and then make possible to have this bio-based economy also growing. So my main question is that how does each of you, so how do you assist to have this kind of substantial value creation? How can you in your work assist in substantial value creation, especially in the substantial value sharing?
Thank you, Kaisu. And before we let Eero start for this question, but let's say you had
Yeah, just briefly, because I only had 10 minutes. I really want to compliment you guys on the green growth cases, the 50 cases, excellent cases, and actually some of them are in are amongst our 25 excellent cases. But what we did, we actually decided to put up a structure. We don't really grade the cases. We don't want to have one better than another case, but we kind of put a system together where we first look at the cases in terms of how sustainable they are in using natural resources. That's the first thing. And then the technology innovations that are involved, the environmental benefits, and then the societal and social benefits, and then also business innovation. So those are 5 categories that we kind of selected the cases from. So I think it's going to complement your book very, very nicely. That's just a comment.
Thank you. And Eero, you can
Okay.
continue.
Thank you.
1 minute to think about.
Okay, yes, I had it's a difficult question, but as Geir said, I'm also the green expert. I'm a forester, and I'm a forest owner, and somehow I feel that there's a big gap between this current situation that we are establishing the pulp mills. We don't call them as a pulp mill, they are biorefineries and so on. And we are aiming some kind of high value products. And when I can see now that this global trends, the urbanization, people are moving to cities, I can see I feel that it's big gap between what we are currently doing and what we should to aim and get in. I'm not sure whether I responded to your response. I think we have not achieved yet this kind of status. Yes.
Let's continue the round.
Well, if the agenda is not value creation enough, then I guess we have to add some more. But I think from a governmental perspective, at least, I mean, managing the distribution of profits or costs, maybe for a governmental perspective, comes down to managing risks in the system of realizing the bioeconomy in some matter. And I think the way Sweden has done it up until now is that not only doing the agenda, but then, as I said, also then adding on other initiatives like the innovation partnership programs, which are aiming at getting sort of the broad view of how we should steer public financing, where sort of they do the most bang for the buck. So I think that's sort of complementary things that you could do from a governmental perspective. That's how we see it, at least.
Yes. Well, from my point of view, of course, it's a lot about communicating between procurers and suppliers. Procurers have a really big thirst for information about what the value chain actually looks like and where the value is added. But as I said also, any new innovation, any new alternative to what is being bought today also needs to bring value, added value to the procuring entity. But so these things need just to be opened up. Communication.
Yes, I mean, this is a very important question. It has to be a profitable, industry has to be profitable, and we want to be sustainable and we want to be profitable at the same time. So, one way we as a panel, we can influence the policymakers that then establish the programs that make that happen. And in my daily job, this is what we do. We work with companies, we work with innovators, we work with entrepreneurs, and realizing, developing new products and processes, and then eventually, hopefully, making some money. But there's always going to be a huge risk involved. And one thing, we're going to have really great cases, but we have to also remember we have a lot of failures that we need to learn from in the bioeconomy. So we can't just think about the successes, but also the failures to learn from.
Well, thank you. Sorry, guys. I was thinking, because heard what you said, is that of course not all bioeconomy is sustainable bioeconomy, and not all bioeconomy is what we want or perceive as the future of the bioeconomy. I think it's important to keep in mind. There were a couple of things I thought when you were talking, and I was pacing around there out by the window. One that you mentioned, about the different understandings of the blue bioeconomy. And I think here's one of the values of Nordic cooperation, because for me it's always, the bioeconomy has, amongst other things, always been about pushing boundaries, going outside of the comfort zone, And this is one of the methods that Nordic cooperation can help the countries to think outside of the comfort zone, think in new things. And I think, Per, what you were then talking about, and Isa and Hörður, is this this value of looking towards the experiences of the other Nordic countries, and how you can take this push outside of the comfort zone, and these common lessons, and create this Nordic added value. But that was not my question to the panel. It relates to me and Jukka. You see, Jukka is supporting the Finnish forest industry. I'm in the digital space. And I'm thinking back to your figure of the circles, where digitalization inevitably has to be thought somehow into the development of the bioeconomy. Can you think about it a little bit? I'm not expecting the final answer, but what are your thoughts about how can we work together with the bioeconomy and the digital economy?
I think I will give the floor to Kaisu because you have
Yes.
intensively for this issue. So
exactly.
What's your first reaction? Is it a good question?
It certainly is a good question, but especially now when we are talking about bioeconomy, whether it's blue or green or red or whatever color, so we have to remember that we are talking about biological issues and material, and they just don't flow in electric pipes or in. So you have to have transportation, and you have to have this and that, and so for bioeconomy, so of course the digitalization is how you are able to get the things to the correct places. So certainly it helps in all of that, and in sales and markets. But what is new then there? That is the main question. What is the new thing in digitalization for bioeconomy compared to what has been done by now? Of course, smaller enterprises can utilize also those things which a long time ago were only for available for large companies. But then we have the biomasses and we have the bioproducts, and that's somehow what we have to work with them.
Yes, as I said in our first comments, the people are moving to cities and our natural resources are out of cities. I believe that a lot of we can do in terms of application and interfaces, how to utilize, how to connect people, how to connect the natural resources and so on. I think we are just at the beginning of that.
And I think you're right. I don't think there's different universes when we talk about the bioeconomy or the digital economy in any way. I think they're very closely interlinked. And I think a very good and concrete example of this is in Finland you managed to get some foreign investments, some Chinese money into biorefineries into Finland, which is very interesting. Or I don't know the latest development, but at least they state that the reason for that they are doing that is that in Finland there's a well-working Finnish wood market, which is basically digital. So if you manage to get those kind of investments into Finland, I think that's sort of enabled by the digital market that you have in terms of the wood market, the puumarkkinat, which we do not have in Sweden any sort of similar systems. I think they are interlinking with each other, and I think if bioeconomy is about substituting away from fossil-based raw materials, I think that sort of digital could help us make it more efficient in many systems.
Before Isa-Maria continues, I can just confirm that it's getting even worse. Last week, yet another Chinese announced that they will enter the Finnish market with forest industry.
We pity you.
You need to get the agenda ready. So then, yeah. Very difficult question. At least looking at it from kind of a public authority point of view, I think digitalization is not an objective in itself. It's a means to achieve more efficiently some other objectives, and I think also that in this case it's something which enables information to be available on where different kinds of, as you said, Eero, where different kinds of materials are at, how you can more easily access them and so on. I won't go into the question of digitalization and public procurement because that's kind of in its cradle still.
I'm going to take it very broad. I mean, digitization means so many different things. So just a few examples. I mean, we're now in Iceland. We're actually using virtual reality to really teach people about the bioeconomy. So that's one example. We're going to the schools. We're having the kids put on these goggles so they can actually experience the bioeconomy, going to a farm, going to a fish processing plant. So that's one way you can use it as a tool to really communicate to people and policymakers what we're all about. Another thing is the kitchen of the future. I don't know how much you know about that. We're going to be completely connected to our home devices in the future. The fridge will know when your food is getting spoiled, so you can minimize food wastage. It will send a signal to you when you're in the store to buy more milk or to buy this and that, to optimize your purchases. So that's another way we can use digitization, it's a tough word, for the bioeconomy. And food printing is another thing we're working on, which is also going to be connected to us, using underutilized raw materials, using raw materials at home to actually create food in the home. And then lastly, one experience which might relate actually to your what you're doing is we're setting up now an online virtual marketplace where people can post the biomasses they have available, so other industries can actually can get those biomasses and use them. So there are tremendous opportunities, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Hordur. And I think it's high time to open the floor, open this panel to the floor. And I will give the first comment to Karen. You was first.
Thank you. I'm also from Norwegian. I have the pleasure of being a colleague of Jukka. It's nice to be here. I have a question sort of to you all in general, following up on Kajsa, because when we moved from this we're moving from the fossil economy where resources are sort of concentrated in few spaces, to this bioeconomy where it's spread out and distributed all around and giving opportunities for rural areas. But it's also impacting on the ownership. Who has the right to the forest? Who has the right to the wood? Who is lucky to be able to take the advantage and the benefits? And I sort of lack that a bit when you share all your nice bioeconomy strategies that talks about changed institutions, changed subsidies, support for considering exactly what Hans Koppel talked about, the democratic energy market and the public consensus, because that's the success of the German Energiewende is because it has a lot of public support. The citizens out there.
Who wants to comment? Brave, who's the bravest? Swedes are brave.
I think that the setup and sort of how the different governments will manage this in terms of risk-reward will be different in different countries depending on how sort of the foundation for that nation's bioeconomy will look like. So I think that what might be a success in Germany could work somewhere else, but it might not work on another market. So I think there will be sort of different setups and different success stories depending on where you are.
Technical break. We will wish all the best for Hordur. You have to leave for the and we take a couple of more questions, but it's okay if you. It's not a question. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not making a protest, I guess.
You know, he got away because he had the best answer to the digitalization question. So.
Yes. Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Eva Pettersen from the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research. For 3 points. First, the digitalization will, of course, have a great impact. I have a graph here showing that the cost of genome sequencing has diminished from about $1 billion per
I'll be quick. Yes, of course, there's a difference in procurement of innovation, which is quite one extreme. But pushing the market is also actually making green growth on a more larger scale. It's also making companies more competitive, which is always good. Development of market is always good. And I wouldn't see that as a means of subsidizing merely. But I would say that procuring innovation is a good thing. We need that too, but it's not the only way, and it should not be the only way where public procurement actually can make a change.
Thank you for that. And final comment there, you asked, please, and then we stop the first session.
Bioeconomy, we don't discuss mostly in this Nordic region, especially in Finland, about the micro and macro algae, which is the quite big, I think they have quite big contribution to blue bioeconomy. Blue bioeconomy is not only the water quality or fisheries or so on. Of course, they are very important depending on the region, but there is also micro and macro algae, which has a huge potential as a biomass, and not only as a biomass for biodiesel or something else, but the potential as a bioactive compounds, food, feed, and so on. And many other countries out of the Nordic region, they are quite much forward in this area, but unfortunately in Nordic region in the meetings, this is quite much underestimated. So I would like just to give some attention about this.
Yes. Thank you for your important comment. And it's this algae is at the Finnish plan, and it's also a Nordic plan. I didn't mention because in Finland it's for the moment it's so minor part of that. I hope that it will increase, but at the Nordic level, this the blue bioeconomy plan, this roadmap, it's a bigger part there. Yes, we have not forgotten that. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the first session. And now or would you, Kaisu, want to have the last word? It's yours.
Like always. I just would like to remind about Neste, which was the reason why the bioeconomy in Netherlands has been growing so much lately. So they have been doing quite much of work with algae and other of these small bugs in waters. And so let's see what comes out one day from them. But what is the most important anyway in this bioeconomy, like was it you or somebody else who mentioned it's about sustainability. We are talking about sustainability. It's about the social, it's about the environmental, it's economic sustainability, and without those three together, so we can go home.
Thank you.
That's the national part. Thank you, Kaisu. And now we move on to the regional part, and thank you for the national panelists, and the regional part will be started by a visit to Denmark, and we have Anne-Mette Sørensen Langvad telling about Central Denmark region's initiative regarding bioeconomy. Please, Anne-Mette.
No, Central Denmark.
Can I remind you, because we were talking about the digital space, of the Twitter wall that we have here. We were number 3 as a Twitter tag on at 3 o'clock today. We are down to 19, so we have to do better. Come on. And we can talk afterwards about macro and microalgae in Nordic cooperation. It's a very important part of what we are doing with the blue bioeconomy.
This is the one. much. Now, in 10 minutes, I shall try to leave you with a slight impression of what is bioeconomy within Central Denmark region. As introduced by Jukka, I'm Annette Langvad. I'm the project manager of the Bioeconomy Initiative in our region. And as I have only 10 minutes of time, I'll rush into the structure. I'll begin with reasoning. Why do we have such an initiative within the field of bioeconomy? And then I go on to exemplify to you what is included in this initiative, both in terms of past examples and what we're doing presently. And then I'll take you into the, what do you call that, the kind of the engine on how we actually try to work with these issues. And then hopefully you also take an interest in what we experience as our major challenges and see as opportunities right now. So why bioeconomy within Central Denmark region? Well, basically, it's due to our industrial infrastructure. Because as you see in terms of, I just need the pointer. No, I can't do that. No, I can't use the pointer from here. In terms of biomass resources and biomass production, Central Denmark region is home to 1/3 of all Danish plant production and 1/3 of all Danish livestock production. So that's something, Denmark being an agricultural country. Also, for good and for worse, our coastal waters are quite nutrient rich due to, again, intensive agriculture and some point source solution for pollution from aquaculture and other sources. So that makes our coastal waters suitable for blue mussel production and macroalgae production as well. In terms of sub-suppliers, Central Denmark region is home to 80%, together with South Denmark region, of the producers of agricultural machinery for the production and for the processing industry. Also in terms of processing and conversion, we have the majority of the Danish biogas technology, and we are home to 40% of a relatively large Danish feeding industry in terms of workplaces, that is. And then in a food respect, 40% of Danish exports of food comes from Central Denmark region. And if we go on to see the knowledge infrastructure, again, we are home to the National Cluster Organization, organizing companies relating to biomass issues. And we are home to the University of Aarhus. The University of Aarhus is quite renowned for its ability to reduce environmental impacts while simultaneously maximizing yields. Also, they have some very fine test facilities and pilot plants within the bioeconomy to be used in collaboration with the private industry. So altogether, this picture points towards a bioeconomy profile of ours with the commodities of biofertilizer, biofuels, and by that I mean biofuels in a broad sense, both electricity, heating, and transportation fuels. And then for the feed and food ingredients, basically. Well, as a region, we've been investing in bioeconomy for the past 10 years. And if you see at the lower end of this value pyramid, we have put quite a lot of attention to the production of biogas, also identifying biogas potential in different kinds of residuals, meadowgrass, or in this case also macroalgae. And a bit exotic example, we have also been doing some experiments with public procurement on a biodiesel based on pigs' carcasses or self-dyed pigs. But if you see then at the higher end of the value pyramid, I could mention some projects on Pestator using the wastewater from relatively large potato starch production within the region to produce protein. And also even perhaps a bit more exotic, I could mention a project of ours extracting a plant-based estrogen from clover grass. This estrogen is used, and it's on the market today, to treat the symptoms for female menopause. And we're also doing experiments to convert it into, to refine it further into a medication for osteoporosis. So these are some of the examples. But then again, in the past, these are ongoing or finished projects, we have not been systemically integrated across the value pyramid. We have not made as much as we possibly could from one singular biomass. We have not been as resource productive as we possibly could. So that's why in 2016 to 18, our present program period, we would like to think that we could actually become a bit more systematic and a bit more resource productive. And in order to become that, we've selected only a few biomasses to work with, and that will be unrecovered straw, grass biomass, blue mussel, macroalgae or seaweed, and then slurry, or that's in reality biogas. And then, even if our intention is to spur product development in cascades, we have still sort of selected a few bulk commodities to act as drivers for our envisioned development. And then again, not surprisingly, these commodities will be animal feed, protein feed, it will be biofuels, and it will be food ingredients. Now, we also have some principles. So any project that we initiate should be sustainable. Sustainable in an environmental sense, so we should restore and improve our local resource base, but also sustainable in an economic sense, so that we will try to exploit as much as possible our existing infrastructure and to develop upon that. And we would also try to enhance synergies between the companies that are engaging in bioeconomy, sort of creating industrial symbiosis wherever we can. Let's see. Yeah. So now I'll go down to the practice part of how we actually work this. Well, first of all, we need a politically communicable vision. And if I base my example, which I do, on protein feed as a bulk commodity based on grass, our political vision is that Denmark should become self-sufficient with protein feed for livestock. Now, that is actually a powerful political vision, because if we realize it, it will actually be visible on Danish net exports due to the fact that we import very much soybean each year. Also, besides lifting the net export aspect of this, in realizing such an objective, we will actually be able to also act on our principles, because growing grass, changing cropping systems will improve water quality, it will reduce nitrate leaching. And we could say that we would be able to stimulate an innovative product development within our large agro industry, and that's really an industry in need of more knowledge-based innovation in order for us to be able to continue to compete with Germany and the Netherlands. And then we would strengthen the revenue base also for the farmers, making them able to sell more fractions of, in this case, the grass biomass. And who does not want to try to help a stressed European agriculture? Then we will have to push a bit upon a relative conservative feeding industry of ours. And we would also, you see some of our big companies are, for instance, let's take Arla, and we could stimulate these already very innovative companies with feed ingredients, for instance, additives, plant-based additives to the milk production. That is something that they're actually working with right now. Okay, thinking along these lines, this is the kind of diagramming that we sort of come up with. And you're of course not intended to even, is it now? This, you're not intended to capture what is in this, this diagram, only that this is a value chain complex. So we squeeze out, I'll just take this slide then because this is the most important. We take the dark green panel down here is the main value chain. It is the value chain for protein feed as a bulk commodity. Then the gray panels is residual from the protein production and products that you can make from them. And then you see our regional rationale above, how we're going to move different important industries of ours in that respect. Yeah, well. So challenges and opportunities, you have to wait about them. Conclusions, perhaps you can already configure that. And then I really need to say that we produced some enlarged business cards. So please, if you took an interest, come and contact me and you can have some of these.
Thank you very much. I really didn't like to cut you short. I hope you realize that we have selected some of the truly excellent cases from the regions. This is a fantastic story. What I especially like about it is that it also represents that there is still an opportunity, still a big opportunity to grow and do better. I think that's a really good self-reflection. To be critical of all of these processes. The next example you're going to hear about comes from paper currency in Sweden, Belgium. And it's Anders Olsson who's going to tell us about that. This example is one of my favorite ones. I managed to bring them to a lot of conferences and meetings to tell about their case. It's fantastic. For some reason, I thought in the last weeks of the US presidential elections that it might be a good idea to take paper cards and sit down and think about options in the rest of the US. Particularly the president is voting
Yes, I think I'm slowly getting ready here. Yes, I must say that I truly admire the Midtjylland case. I was there on a study tour for some years ago and I was very much impressed. Well, now it's about the Värmland priority number 1, the forest-based bioeconomy that I will talk about, and also about the paper province within this. So I'm Anders Olsson, Manager of Research and Innovation at Region Värmland. So now let's see if the animation will work. I guess perhaps not. I move this slide from, yes, it works, from a PC to a Mac, from a Mac to a PC. Here's where Värmland is, on the Norwegian border between Oslo and Stockholm, and on the axis Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki actually. And the landscape can look like this. We have a lot of forest. But we also do things like this. We produce paper, but we also build these machines. This is one of the biggest paper machines in the world, made in Värmland, but it's in China. Some short, quick facts about Värmland. 16 municipalities, 276 citizens, 70% is covered by forest. And the forestry and forest industry employs approximately 1/4 of the workforce. So I guess it's about the same figure about how big part of the economy. It's about 25% of the economy as well. We harvest 6 million cubic meter wood, but the growth is more. It's 7 million cubic meter, and we produce 1.6 million ton paper every year. There are a number of mills in our regions. In our region, it's actually 1/4 of all pulp and paper mills in Sweden are in Värmland. And we also have a number of sawmills. And the paper province, it was formed as an industrial cluster, I guess, 150 years ago, but was discovered as a cluster in the end of the 1990s and organized as a cluster initiative with start from 1999. And it's also appointed as a world-class cluster with 100, I think over 100 member companies today with over 7,000 employees in the member companies only. And these members, they offer world-leading products within a number of branches with connection to wood and forest and forestry. But it was the year 2012 that was a beginning of something new for us in the region. We asked the question, what is happening now? How should we utilize the forest in the future? And the answer, the new word for us was the bioeconomy, and very much inspired by the European strategy for bioeconomy. So we formed an idea, a strategic idea, that we will demonstrate bioeconomy in practice in Värmland. And we wanted to create an internationally attractive innovation environment for forest-based bioeconomy. So that was kind of the vision. And the cluster paper province that earlier was very much focused on the paper production opened up to other branches. And there we got also a much higher number of intersections between branches and competencies. And it's mainly in the intersections you can find or expect for new innovations. And the next year, 2013, Paper Province was appointed to a so-called Winväxt winner. They got part of the National Winväxt program with a funding of over 10 years with over 13 million euro during this period. And the year after that, 2014, we formed the Smart Specialization Strategy. And in the analysis we made there, it was very clear that the strongest area for Värmland was within paper, pulp, and packaging and tissue. Actually, there is probably no other place in Europe as strong as Värmland in these areas. So the strategy was formed like we should have a strong business sector, we should have strong research areas, and there should be reasons for finding good, strong markets, growing markets. And we came up with 5 specializations, and the analysis told us that the forest-based bioeconomy is the strongest specialization. So that's why it's the #1 priority. And the vision within this specialization strategy was that we wanted to show the way with bio-based innovations from the forest to a fossil-free sustainable society. That's our contribution to the societal challenge. And we will do that by developing more products from our long fiber raw material, but mainly I think today is looking at the side streams. The side streams are substantial. They are about half of the stream, actually. It's not a small side stream. And just very quickly, very briefly, some examples of innovations or actions taken. For instance, we got the first biojet fuel tank at Karlstad Airport in Europe, I guess. We have an innovation and demo plant for lignin in Värmland, also called Lignocity. We developed fossil-free coating for food packaging. This is an innovation that makes the business case quite much stronger within many respects when you use bio-based materials. We have fossil-free food pads on the market, and we continuously develop the innovation environment in Värmland with developing different demo sites, innovation platforms, etc. within the region. And the region, Värmland, have also together with Karlstad University, the only university in the region, now formed the Academy for Smart Specialization with research in the specialization areas, where, of course, research on forest-based bioeconomy is done by, I think, 4 different research groups at the university. For instance, the group proved to be Process and Products for Sustainable Bioeconomy, but also for the Center for Regional Studies, where we have representatives here today, Margareta Dahlström, one of the professors here, and also the Service Research Center, and we also have research on gender issues. And we are now forming a quite big project within the Interreg program with Sweden and Norway, with 6 different regions, which have a number of knowledge assets within this bigger region. And we are also active in the Vanguard initiative, where we also will apply for a full membership. And I think that Vanguard could be an interesting issue to develop further. And my region, ourselves, we have counted to more than 14 strategies, plans, tools we used for the forest-based bioeconomy to enhance it. And we're also forming a national network for regions in this area. And we believe what John Ballard said at DG Research, that the shift to European bioeconomy is now irreversible. And this transition will now accelerate after COP21. And we think that the window for the forest-based bioeconomy is open. It's a window of opportunity for many of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anders. Now we know what the window of opportunity really means, and so thank you. And last but not least, we will have the Arctic couple coming, Arctic pair entering. We have a first Johannes Vallivaara and followed by Ilari Havukainen, and you may wonder what Arctic bioeconomic cluster is all about, and I'm sure we will hear in a second, and as soon as we have the presentation ready. And we can say that we are practically on top of Europe, because Johannes comes from Utsjoki, which is as north as you can come in Finland, so that's the Arctic approach. It's coming.
Okay, but we can start without presentation. It's installing. My name is Johannes Vallivaara, and I'm business advisor. I'm also the voice from the deep rural people, and I'm leading Arctic Smart Rural Community Cluster. Our cluster is quite young. We established this about 1 year ago, and our biggest mission is how we are stopping capital outflow from rural areas. As you can see from that example, that village where are living 156 inhabitants are using energy 650,000 euros annually, and to food 370,000 euros, 100,000 euros. And the total incomes are 2.5 million euros. So each year from that small village, eastern part of Lapland, capital is leaking 1 million euro from basic needs what people are needing, energy and food. And they need to get the money somewhere that they can buy those supplies. So that is the biggest problem in rural areas. People can't live there anymore because capital is going to the cities outside of the regions, outside from the Finland and eventually outside from the Europe. So we are trying to find solution how to keep these rural areas alive, creating added value to local economies. At the same time, we have entrepreneurial challenge. The vocational school in Lapland context should to educate people whom are seeing the rural areas as a potential place to create new kind of business. Not a business what the father or father's father is saying to you you need to do, but you need to look the area outside from the village, see the potential of bioeconomy. It's not enough that you are working alone in that village. You need some fellows and some kind of value chains. And for that we are creating a model how we are connecting these people and supporting those by using European structural and investment funds, municipalities, research development, that we can create new kind of modern industry chains in rural areas. Our goal in 2025 is 1 billion euros in turnover in small and medium-sized companies. It's quite much, but if comparing it that in the national level, the bioeconomy strategy is promising 40 billion euros on the same time. So I think with the resources what we have in Lapland, we can be an example that we can achieve 2.5% of that goal. Ilari will tell you now more about this model.
Hello. Thank you, Johannes. So this is the approach we have developed. It might look a bit fuzzy at the moment, but we are trying to support our local SMEs through international cooperation model and then also capacity building through several initiatives and also public-private partnerships. And that's the basis of the cluster for also the rural development. And this is one of the examples our colleagues at the ProAgria is working right now. They are looking each of the communities as a single center for potential bioeconomy and circular economy activities. They are mapping it through energy, food, and several other added value products out of the bioeconomy value chain. Now they are planning investments in 4 different villages, around the size Johannes mentioned earlier. Another potential for us is the very vast natural resources in Arctic environment. We have very, very special growing conditions for several types of berries, and we are not utilizing the value very well at the moment. I think the average price we sell out the berries is somewhere around 2 euros per kilo right now, but we could go higher up in this. And we have few examples. Forest of Lapland is one of them, and they have the product series at the pharmacies, and they're selling different kind of creams out from nature, so natural cosmetics. And what these 2 wonderful ladies has done, they started very, very brave work around Sodankylä municipality central kitchen, and now they're using more local food, up to 38% annually. And they are they left the bigger procurement chain, so they are now individually making the procurement for any type of grocery and ingredient they need in their kitchen. And that's something which is very valuable for the local use and processing of our food. They also can save some money through the costs of staff costs And that's why they can pay more for the local producers and the processing. For example, berries, they pay 20% extra for the local pickers, and also the meat, it's €3 more per kilo approximately compared to big industry stakeholders, because they are receiving the meat in the right way packed to the kitchen, and they have changed the kitchen facilities that they can take raw meat and use it, also cook it during the day, which was not possible previously. Then we have a very, very nice high-end product from reindeer. We have 200,000 reindeers in Lapland, and that's about the maximum our nature can take, but you can also refine it a bit further than just a piece of frozen meat. This is initiated by Restaurant Savoy in Helsinki. And what you can make out of these natural ingredients, we have the purest air and cleanest water in Lapland, and out of these, one chef decided to make this kind of bars. He has used nettle, wild blueberry, also called bilberry, and sea buckthorn and other kind of herbs to make these snacks. Natural products again. And then, oh, sorry, this doesn't follow here. Yeah, this is the next one. Yeah, and this is also another example of natural product out from Arctic nature. Spruce sprouts as a form what you can put on the top of your oatmeal in a breakfast table. Then some other products, and the point being here is that when you grow some herbs instead of wheat, you get more value. For example, the Angelica, which is one of the herbs used here, could give you 150,000 euros per hectare, and the regular wheat in the fields we have that right now, it's 500 euros per hectare. And this is also one opportunity around the bioeconomy in Arctic conditions. CLT, cross-laminated timber. We have a center in Kemi, and they are utilizing this around the vocational college, vocational institute, and they produced this last summer, 800 elements of CLT for 1,100 spectators for local football team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilari. Thank you, Johannes. There we had some examples of euros per kilo and added value for those who wanted them. I know we have some time pressure. We will shoot until 5. Then we leave the floor to ministers. But before that, I will ask Mats Randball-Wolf to give a commentary and also tell something about the Nordic islands. We will visit them one more time.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Jukka, for inviting me. I've been working a little bit with NORDRGIO this year to look at the islands, some of the islands at least, in the Nordic Roadshow on green transition, and especially Bornholm and the Åland Island. I'll get back to that later. First of all, I have different remarks and comments. It has been very interesting, this program this afternoon, because we started on the big national European global level, talking about all these fancy words and all these solutions and so on. And sometimes you kind of lose what is actually the idea behind it, what is actually the problem that bioeconomy should be the solution for. So it's very good to dig down in the regions, because we are getting closer, like in the funnel, we're getting closer to what is actually the problem. What is bioeconomy the answer for? And I think that we have to say that in general there are two kind of problems that the bioeconomy is an answer for. First one is that it is an answer to the climate and environmental crisis that we're facing. And second of all, and I think the three latest examples showed that we do face an unbalanced social and economic development. The urban regions, the centers of our societies are pulling out resources socially, economically, and so on from the different regions of our countries and the Nordic countries. And that is something that we need to do something about, an unbalanced social and economic development. And this leads me to the second point, is that when talking about bioeconomy, we have to stop talking about one size fits all. One size does not fit all. We need place-based development. We need to take a look at what is actually available in the region, the place we are talking about, and then see how can we develop it from there on. I'd say that the closer you get to the local communities, the more colorblind you tend to get. Because it's not important about if we talk about the yellow or the blue or the green bioeconomy, it's about what is available and what can we use that for in our local community. So getting closer to the local level, we are getting colorblind, and we are starting to talk about what is actually the problems and how can we solve them, how can we use the bioeconomy as an engine to foster a renewed local, economic, social, and sustainable development. This leads me to another thing, which is the topic of scaling. I do think that we have a huge challenge in scaling. We do not have the right scale for our solutions. The problem is also that we're only talking about this kind of intellectual laziness. We're only talking about upscaling. But I think maybe we should dare once and now and then to talk about downscaling. If we are to utilize in a sustainable way our resources, we need also solutions that are downscaled, that are fitting into local communities at farm level, at fishing vessel level, and so on. So let's talk about diversity, and let's then talk about scaling. That is, of course, also upscaling, but it is also downscaling. We need solutions to work on the absolute local level as well. And that brings me to the main question that Jukka has asked me about. What about the islands? When I'm saying these issues, or talking about these issues, it's because my perspective during some time have been through the local communities. This year I've been working with the island of Bornholm in Denmark, the island of Åland, and the Faroe Islands. And they have, all of them, different perspectives that you would see in the Delta region in Holland. This is not about how to replace fossil input in a big industrial plant. This is about how do you create value on a local level. So we get a different perspective. This is not to exclude that we also need to look at the industrial level, the big scale level, but we need to have the diversity in order. We need to both focus on the big scale and the small scale. And I think that we, in most policies and most discussions, tend to forget the small scale. Sometimes I would say, don't go for the big workplace that creates 10,000 jobs. Go for 10,000 workplaces that create 2 jobs each, and create diversity in that way, and then distribute the way that we develop our economy. I was very fond about the presentation about the energy vendor. When we saw there was a graph showing that the numbers of companies within the energy production had grown quite significant. And he talked about democratization of our energy systems. I think this is into the core of the bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is much more than just a technological quick fix. It's about changing our fundamental structures of our society, the way we look about between center and periphery, the way we look about cities and rural communities, the way we create a more balanced social and economic development that also at the same time creates better solutions, climate and environmental-wise. One thing that I have discussed with Jukka is that what can we actually do about the islands? I think it would be very interesting to look at bioeconomy as a growth change engine in the islands, because they are models. They are geographically isolated. I mean, you can tell what it is, you can measure it, and so on, and you have a very strong energy in those communities. So what we have talked about is, can we create a cooperation amongst the islands of Bornholm, Gotland, Åland, Samsø, which is also present today, but not in this room. The same in the North Atlantic. That would be different kind of issues and so on, but still, what are the potentials in creating bioeconomy networks and cooperation amongst small local unities? I think that is a very interesting question, and I would very much see that happen. I work with Bornholm, as I said, and I know that they're also very keen to look at how can we do this? How can we work together, not to make best practice that we copy, but to talk about best practice and then create new emergent practices. I think that is my comment for now.
Thank you much, and thank you for all the presentators. We are running out of time, but we have said what we thought. We didn't have the mini panel to conclude, but I would like to give the final word now to Geir, just to say what did we learn, and then
what did we learn? We learned a lot of things. I think number one, that there is not one bioeconomy. There are many bioeconomies. I know I say this all the time, but it's even more true when you hear more details in the stories. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, Mas, like you said. There is no tailor-made solution or there is no one solution for all. We need to tailor-make them. And I love the examples, the example we got from Lapland about the flows of money in and out. What does it cost us when we are not sort of sustainable in our sourcing of food and energy, like in that case? We have 10 seconds. I wanted to tell you that we are actually working on these issues. We heard about the macroalgae. We are actually, under the Danish chairmanship, we have a project that is linking northern islands, amongst them some of the ones that Mas talked about, and southern islands, to look at common challenges in developing the blue bioeconomy. Being islands, that's sort of a natural cooperation platform. And that means, doesn't mean that we are pushing and they are pulling. It means that we are talking like equals about the challenges and how we can solve them. So I think that would be my last comment in this session. I would, on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, very much like to thank you for your patience and most of you staying here throughout these really interesting talks. But we not only have a minister waiting, we also have bubbles waiting, I understand. So you can decide which is more important. But again, give yourself a good hand and all the presenters, and thank you very much.
Is this on? Please don't go anywhere. We are expecting to have some sparkling in the room and wait for the final speaker. But you can stretch your legs and talk to each other for a little while. This is like a 15-minute little mingling session that you can have and just relax. But don't go very far. We're expecting for a final speaker to come soon. And please help yourself with a glass of sparkling after a hard day at work. Please join us in the main room. We have some sparkling wine there waiting for you. was this one? Laitetaan vähän taustamusiikkia.
So, everybody, happy to hear that you're still mingling, and I hope that you all got something to drink as well. Now I have the pleasure to announce the Swedish Minister for Rural Affairs. So I don't know if you want to keep standing after a long day of sitting, but at least call in people in here so we can listen and focus a little bit. We'll give you just 2 more minutes to sit down. Just 1 more minute. Vi är så glada att se dig. Och vi måste bara få folk att samla ihop sig lite. Så de hör dig. Yeah, okay. As long as they sort of listen a little bit. So, do you feel ready to listen to the story of green transition in Sweden from the perspective of the Minister for Rural Development? So, yeah, I think people are getting quiet, and you have your mic on. So I give you the word, and very welcome here. A big applause.
Thank you, Åsa, and good afternoon. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my work, my job as Minister of Rural Affairs in Sweden brings me here to Helsinki and to this platform, like it does to many platforms in Europe and across the world. I often start by telling people that I'm from the north, from the far north, by the river of Torneo, which lies in the border mountains of Norwegian and Sweden, and runs down cold and clear between the rocks of Sweden on one bank and Finland on the other, to the sea. From the north of northern land, and a land of forest and mountains, and of long coast and seas, of small rural towns, and bright digital cities, of farms and factories, of old traditions, and also modern trade. But with you here, all of us are men and women of the North. With you as Nordbo, as Nordics. I do not need to try to explain about where we are coming from, about what to us really matters, about what we value, or about what all that means. As Olli Rehn said at the start of the day, and as you have heard throughout the day, here is all about where we are Nordics are going. All about how we can get here, and how together we can really lead the rest of the world. Of how we are turning our great resources of experience and talent, tools and skills, to our other great resources, our forests, our waters, and our fields, to make the future for our industry, our homes, and our societies, and for those forests, waters, and fields truly sustainable. In this, for Sweden, my government want our nation to really set to work to become one of the first nations in the world to be free of fossil fuels, working to grow our bioeconomy with new products for a new age, bioplastics, biochemicals, and new biofuels. And working government has fully started to build strategies with a range of initiatives, like 5 national programs for partnership in strategic innovations. 5 key programs for innovation to meet the challenge of today and tomorrow we now face. One is for circular bio-based economy. Also, like the work on our national forest program, or FIRST, that we will present to Parliament next year. A program for sustainable growth, business and jobs across the entire country for a growing bioeconomy. And it's a program built on the consensus of all political parties. So politically sustainable too, which looking beyond our Nordic borders, is not small things these days. This is one of the key strengths, dissipate differences of having things in common that we value and share. Just like we do with our northern neighbors or Nordic partners, in the drive for sustainable societies and sustainable world. Not one fueled by the blackness of fossil fuels, but powered by biomass greens and driven by bioeconomies. We here as Nordics know we need to do more. We as Nordics know we can do more. And we as Nordics know we must do more in our forests and mountains, along our coast and in our seas, in our towns and cities, in our factories and farms, with and across our borders. We have the resources, the knowledge, and the infrastructure. We have the people, the experience, and the skills. And we have the need, the will, and the drive to get there together. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what brings me to this platform to be with you now. That is what brings all of us here. So I ask you all to raise your glass to working together, to the future and to the people of the North. And now in Sweden, skål in Finnish, kippis. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven-Erik. Now we've actually come to the point where it's time for a break. Can you imagine? You've been working so hard and networking and learning and sharing knowledge the whole day since 10 o'clock. So I'm pretty amazed that we still have so many of you here. But anyways, now it's time for a little break. And then the restaurant where we will have dinner at 7 is on a nice walking distance from here. It's about 400 to 500 meters, our local guides have said, so I think we'll all manage that. But for all of us who don't know Helsinki so well, to actually find the place, which is just opposite the big white church, the Helsinki Cathedral. Nelly over here, if you can just, yes, hello Nelly. Skål to Nelly as well. It's helped up engaging a lot in this forum. Anyway, Nelly will guide us there, and we'll meet in the hotel lobby just 6:45. So anyone who wants to walk along together, let's meet in the hotel lobby at 6:45. Then tomorrow we'll resume here at 9 o'clock sharp for another day of knowledge sharing, focusing on regions as the engines for change, for green transition, but starting out with one of Finland's main change makers, Mika Antonen, the chair and founder of Station 1 energy company, who's going from fossil to bio very fast. So that's an inspirational talk for all of you in the morning at 9 o'clock. But thank you everyone for your participation today. Have a wonderful evening and enjoy the dinner at 7. Bye-bye, thank you.